okay over there? Alright, is your victim at the hospital? Someone shot there. Alright, the ET doesn't take pictures of the, is it domestic related?
Yes, it is.
She's calling back. We're going to try to give her a call again, and then she just added another phone number to the 13-year-old grandson who's possibly with the daughter. Stand by with this.
2412?
Someone calling in, so they have a female that is on medication. She can work the same day as you're checking 12, check someone else.
2.4, traffic shot as well.
Also, still shot there. Alright, the ET doesn't take pictures of We're going to try to give her a call again, and then she just added another phone to the 13-year-old grandson who's possibly with the daughter. the daughter. Stop out with this.
2412.
Good morning. Yeah, it's Tuesday. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for hopping in. I'm so glad I'm able to be on in the morning. It feels like it's been forever. I miss it. Nobody showed up yet next door, so fingers crossed that it's not going to be a bunch of slamming, banging, like an earthquake every morning. Good morning, everybody, and we got a special guest that's going to join us today. It's going to be daytime true crime, not any specific topic. We'll be going through whatever's breaking news, whatever's going around, and also anything you want to send into the show. So if you do have anything you want to send into the show that you want us to cover this morning, you can send it to any of these destinations right here. We will also share that as well. What's up, Kib Kitty? Ticket number 3. Good morning. Skittles Crime. Ticket number 4. How are you? Skittles has a show today at 4 o'clock Central, 5 o'clock Eastern. If you want to go swing over there and say what's up as well. Also, special guest Silky Southern Tea. Definitely go sub to her as well. Katrina Miller. Good morning. Caddy. What is that? Is that a... Oh my gosh, that's like a monster drinking coffee. That is sweet. Where'd that emoji come from? That's a sweet emoji. I need that emoji on my thumbnail. I do. What's up, Tom? Thank you for hopping in. Appreciate you. Mark and Betty, ticket number 9. Thank you very much. More subs. Oh, thank you, Mark and Betty. It's a long road, that's for sure. That's why I don't understand when I come across channels that are bigger than me, and that's one thing. I'm never going to go away from you. I'm never going to play that game. It's like telling your friend that you're not going to be their friend anymore, and then the next day you're their friend again. It's like, come on, bro. That's why I give 150. Because if I ever do, it's for good. I always give 150. I'm never gonna sit there and do that shit to you guys. I consider you all too important. Too important. You all are too much of a friend for me to be like, I'm not gonna be your friend anymore, and then be your friend the next day. It's some middle school shit. Before you do, thank you for hopping in. Ticket number 14. Good morning, coffee crew. I don't know. I'm going to ask Silky if she drinks coffee. I don't know if she does in the morning. Good morning, Christina. Ticket number 15. Thank you so much. Jeannie, ticket 17. Thank you for hopping in. What's up with you? What's up, Rowena? We haven't had a daytime true crime show for a while. I'm excited. I'm excited. We're going to have fun today, too. We're going to have Silky on. It's always a blast. What's up, Michelle? Thank you for hopping in. Let the show begin. Charlie Brown. What's up with you? Such a cool icon photo there. Ticket 24. Good morning, Crystal. Tagged me on Twitter. Uh-oh. I haven't even been on Twitter really much the last couple days. I dropped something real quick before the show to tag Kevin Reichart, I think is his name. I'm gonna try and reach out to him today before the morning or between the morning show and the tonight show. I'm gonna try and reach out to him and see if he would like to hop on. Speaking of, too, I got to double check, but should have a special show on Thursday for you, too. What's up, Holly Smith? Thursday morning. Coffee time. Marina, what's up? Look at this. Oh, yeah. The double monster coffee. Double fisting. Double slugging. Ooh, that's a good t-shirt. Double fisting and double slugging. Ticket number 1, says Nina. What's up? What's up, Yvette? I have class shortly, but I'm here for a morning show. Awesome. Well, give me 1 second. We're going to do the switcheroo, and then I'm going to bring up the special guest, and we're going to get right into it. Because like Silky always says, in the morning, I'm spicy. Good morning, Silky. How are you?
I'm great. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can. We can hear you. We can hear you just fine.
All right.
Let me turn this music down, though. Here, real quick.
I cannot believe you asked, CJ, if I drink coffee. Like 90%, probably 99% of the time, what is in my cup is coffee. Day or night.
Oh my God, you just scared me. I thought that was a huge ass energy drink or something. I was like, oh, hell no, Silky.
I do have one, though, if I need it.
Whoa,
it's right.
I was like, a real monster.
No, this is my nursing coffee cup.
That's so. Right. That was made with a Cricut machine, right?
Something. I don't know. Somebody gave it to me for Christmas, one of my coworkers. So I've been using it, but my dog knocked it off the table, so the lid is not working exactly right. But yeah, I'm a huge coffee drinker. I have been known. I don't say this a whole lot. I have been known. I need some quick energy to just, chew on some coffee grounds or beans or either one. Just pop a cafe.
Whoa, I should have known something was wrong with you when I saw when I saw your picture of Pennywise. I was like, holy shit. Y'all, if you go see your pic, do you still have it up? Or can you share it with me so I can show everybody if you want me to? Because if you see this picture of Silky, you'll understand. Okay, this lady probably does chew on coffee grounds.
Yeah, it's on back here. Let me look. I'll find it somewhere in here.
What happens? what happens to your stomach? What do? Treat it like chew or something or what?
No,
What
I usually always keep like coffee beans as well as, ground coffee. So it's easier really to chew on the beans. But I mean, look, sometimes you
Yeah.
just like you got something going on at work and you're not feeling it. Like you just need some energy. So, so yeah, I have chewed on coffee grounds. The only problem is coffee grounds tend to get stuck in your teeth, and that's not a good look. So just saying. But
No. Woo! It'd be like chaw coming out and everything.
oh yeah,
I
but you
can't.
get that quick. Woohoo!
I know, and you don't. There's like no ulcers or nothing. You don't get any kind of. Really? Okay.
Nah, my stomach
How
is
how quick
it.
does it work? Like
I'd
pretty
say within 10-15 minutes, I'm like, okay, I got
really.
this. We got this. We can go.
So I don't want anybody out there to get sick. Think if they want to try this in the future.
Well,
What do
I
you?
have a
What do you? What? How much do you suggest so nobody like takes too much coffee grounds and pukes and
I
ODs and
I usually take about a tablespoon.
a tablespoon?
Like, yeah,
Okay.
that's what I usually do. Pop it in my mouth, chew it up, swish it around. Gotta chase it with some water. But now my stomach is like cast iron, so nothing bothers me really.
With water? Oh.
Yeah, because you gotta
Oh.
you gotta get the coffee grounds out of your teeth, CJ. You can't be
I
walking
under
into a meeting
Yeah,
like
I
that.
mean, I get doing the chase. I'd have to do it too, but with just water, there's nothing like. Oh, I can imagine the taste. I mean, I love coffee, but I gotta have a lot of creamer in mine.
Uh, well, I have a lot of creamer in there. I am a sweet cream, flavored coffee type of person. I am an aficionado, okay, and I am a connoisseur. Uh, I'm a fan, and I really I like a lot of delicate things. I'm very picky about. Now, I will drink coffee, any kind of coffee, even gas station coffee when I need coffee. But
Of course.
I really am picky. What's your favorite blend, CJ?
Donut is my favorite blend, and I like cinnamon and French vanilla. I'm shocked though,
Oh
Silky.
yeah.
So what
Why?
do you? Because you have a lot of creamer, so then it begs me to question: do you have like a lifesaver or a TikTok in one side and the coffee in the other to give the
No,
the coffee and creamer? No, just
no. If I am that desperate to wake up and to
yeah.
be, energetic, it's just plain coffee grounds. Just it. Now, I will tell you a good. I'm trying to email this to you. Uh,
You guys don't understand what I'm saying. And that laugh too. Oh my gosh. You need to make a GIF that has that laugh with the picture. For real. For real.
I always scare people. Like, look, some of my subscribers were like, "Holy crap, you're scaring me!" Like, off this picture. I'm like, literally, it's no big deal. Now, this one I'm sending you, I have darkened a little bit, so it's, you know, just because I was standing in the bright sunlight when I took it. But I've got a
Okay.
lot of my. That
Oh,
was actually one of my favorite costumes.
this is so creepy, you guys. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Oh, let me see. I've got a better one.
You
I've
got a
got
better
better
one?
than.
You
No,
want me to wait?
no. Not of Pennywise. I've got a better one. Let me see.
Oh, it's so creepy. Hold on, let me Oh my lord. Does that not creep you the fuck out?
I love it. I love it.
It creeps me the fuck out. Oh man. Look at that makeup too. You got oh my lord.
Yeah, that one. Honestly, that one was I'll have to find it later. That was a couple hours after I did it, so I was starting to melt at this point because it was August. I mean, in Alabama,
Yeah.
it was like ridiculous hot. And all this fluff around your neck. But, you know, it was for my daughter's birthday. She likes to theme her birthday parties a lot, and she wanted to go as the cast of It. And, you know, nobody wanted to be Pennywise. And I'm like, you can't have an It party and not have Pennywise. And, you know, I tried to get my son to do it, and he's like, no. So I'm like, okay. I'm like, fine. I'll do it.
And well, here for all y'all that don't do clowns, we'll go ahead. But man, I had so yeah, I was like, yeah, that okay, coffee grounds, yeah, cool mom, right? That was you would have got a trophy at a contest. Seriously.
You know, that makeup was surprisingly easy. It is one of the easier looks I've done, and like I said, I have to get on my Facebook page to try to find some of the others. But I mean, I've done some complicated looks that actually took a while. That wasn't one of them, really.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's pretty easy. That was an easy one.
That was amazing.
The Cheshire Cat was hard. That was time consuming, and I can't find it right off. The Cheshire Cat from Alice in Wonderland.
Oh.
And now I've been the Mad Hatter before, and I've also been the Cheshire Cat, and it's somewhere in here, probably years ago. I have to go back, and I've got so many pictures. But yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. I love to dress up though, CJ. And there was my Day of the Dead face. I forgot about that one. Oh, yeah, looky there. I love to dress up. As a matter of fact, a couple of years ago, some friends and I went to the beach. Now, we went to like a private beach, where it was just residential. And she had rented a house, and we were there for a few days, and we're like, it was September. And, we're like, we weren't bored. You're never really bored at the beach, but we're like, what can we get into? So we decided to all, go into town, get some costumes, get some makeup, and dress up and take pictures on the beach. And we did. So,
whoa.
I was like a little fairy with a funky little dress and antlers. I was like a fawn fairy. I don't know. Whatever.
What the hell? Did you get the cops called on you?
No, we got some looks from the neighbors, but who cares? I mean, at that point, I'd already been out there on in my t-shirt and underwear at like 6 a.m. on the beach. So, I mean, the costume was probably a welcome relief.
I can't imagine.
At least she's got clothes on.
I can't imagine. Oh, yeah. My Lord. She said, my kind of girlfriend. Woohoo.
Oh, yeah. I love to have fun. You know what, CJ? It's to the, is that Grizmatically?
Yeah, what's up, Grizz?
Hey, Grizz.
Ticket 37. I was just thinking about you this morning, too. I was like, man, I haven't seen Grizz for a while, either.
I know.
Hope you're doing okay, bro.
But, yeah, life is too short, CJ, to I don't know. Mm-hmm. It's just too short to not have fun. And, grow up. Who wants to grow up? I don't want to grow up.
Well, I mean, you got to make better decisions, but yeah, who wants to grow up?
Oh, yeah.
Nobody.
No.
Speaking of
I think
coffee,
I make better decisions.
I came across this video. This is ironic. I came across it. There's a lot of ironics already. I came across this morning, and it's about coffee and how many cups of coffee is too much when it comes to caffeine, or how many tablespoons of coffee chaw is too much. Coffee chaw. Yeah.
Well, millions of Americans start their day with a cup of coffee. For others, it's an afternoon
What's
pick-me-up.
up, Deborah?
But how much caffeine is too much caffeine? And how do you maximize the benefits and avoid the harms? Well, I hit the town to grind out the do's and don'ts of a cup of joe. At Desert Oasis Coffee Roasters in Ferndale, caffeine is king. Customer Izzy Kwan says her 1 to 2 cups of coffee each day gives her the boost she needs.
Sometimes, like if I get a good 8 hours, I can cruise through the day, but other times that cup of coffee really just jumpstarts my morning.
And Izzy isn't alone.
The ritual of having a coffee in the morning or at whatever time of day it is, there's something really kind of special about that.
Nathan Hamoud is president and director of coffee for Desert Oasis. He took us
Ooh,
behind the
look at
counter to
that.
show us the operation, from the raw beans from Brazil and Burundi.
Damn, it's not good. I should have ate something for breakfast.
Look,
Oh man.
I was gonna say, did you see me backstage, chomping on my raisin bread? Because I thought if I don't eat, I'm gonna get a little peckish.
Oh, raisin bread. That sounds so good.
It
Usually,
was.
usually I have cinnamon raisin bagels to
Yeah.
have a little snack or whatever in the morning. But damn, this morning I didn't even think about it. Look at that! Oh my gosh, that looks so
Now, I'm not a big sweets eater. That looks good though.
good. Yeah,
Eh.
that looks good. That looks good. Except all that frosting on there. That's way too much. That's way
Yeah.
too much. And I like the golden Oreos better.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. What's it? What is it made out of? It's some like shortbread or something, right?
Oh, is it? Now I love
Yeah.
shortbread. Love it.
Yeah. That's what
Yeah.
they're golden Oreos. Yeah, I mean they're
Oh.
a little more expensive. Get yourself a pack sometime. Serious. Oh yeah, with coffee. Ooh.
Mm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's they're Oreos, but they're shortbread. Oh yeah, I think that's what it is, shortbread. Whatever that. Yummy.
Hmm.
He
Oh,
took us behind the counter to show us the operation, from
Yum.
the raw beans from Brazil and Burundi to beans being weighed, then roasted and cooled. Nathan says if you're looking for a caffeine kick, craft coffees give you a bigger boost.
We tend to brew slightly stronger coffee, slightly higher, coffee to water ratios.
But you have to be careful.
Detroit Medical Center dietitian Marilyn Anderson says government guidelines suggest a maximum daily caffeine intake of 400 milligrams.
4 cups of coffee, 8 ounce, 8-ounce cups. But people now drink the 16 ounces.
Caffeine kicks in as little as 5 to 15 minutes, peaks in about an hour, but the effects can last a good chunk of the day. Caffeine has a half-life of 5 hours, so half of that 10 a.m. cup of joe is still in your system at 2 p.m., and 25% is still hanging on after dinner.
wow. That's interesting. I didn't realize it lasted that long.
No, see, I don't think so. I don't think so because by 3 p.m. I'm done. Like if I don't have some kind of boost, I'm sitting there at work going, until somebody starts a fight, and then we gotta go
That's
patch them up.
crazy.
But
Who's okay? I don't know. Maybe I wonder what the metabolism rate is for this study, because that's going to differ with your
oh
metabolism.
yeah.
Like I have a high metabolism, so I don't see my 25 being at 7 p.m. I really don't.
No.
Shit, my
No.
25%'s at like 1 or 2. It's a lot different. What the hell?
Now, I'll have a cup or two in the morning, and then I may not have, like, if I'm at work, I may not have any more caffeine the rest of the day. But I will take some B12 vitamin to, like, keep me alert. But now, if I'm going live with you, or if I'm going live on my channel, most of the time I have to have some coffee because you gotta be with it. You gotta be on it.
Oh yeah, you gotta be
so-
aware. Yeah, you gotta be aware.
Yeah.
That's
So,
what's up.
like,
What's up, Thinkers Think? I don't know about this study, though. It seems flawed.
Dinner. Too much caffeine can lead to tremors, headache, insomnia, heart palpitations, elevated blood pressure, anxiety, and irritability. The USDA hasn't weighed in on kids and caffeine, but the American Academy of Pediatrics discourages caffeine consumption for kids and adolescents.
Whoa, kids! I didn't think kids were supposed to drink coffee. What?
You know, when I started drinking coffee, I was 6 years old.
What the fuck? How tall
Yep.
are you? How tall are you?
2.
Huh?
I'm 5'2".
Okay. Because that's what I always heard. It stunts your growth.
I think it was gonna stunt. I don't think I had much choice. Now my dad is taller, but yeah, I was gonna be short anyway. And at least I was caffeinated.
Right. Oh my gosh. So did you drink it before school?
Yeah. You know, my grandmother started that.
Maybe I should have. Shit. No, for real. Because like I could never oh man, my mind was just always that's why like I love being so busy, because at school I would be so damn bored, man.
Yes.
I would be so damn bored because I already knew all the shit that they were teaching from doing the homework. And it would just be so boring. So I'd always be like off here and off there and doing all, man, damn, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Helps with ADD.
Yeah. And me too. And my dad was, or still is. And you know, so yeah, I think it helped. Actually coffee, I mean it helps stimulate my brain, but I honestly feel like it helps me. It calms me down, because you know, if you're ADHD, a stimulant often has the opposite effect. That's why, as an adult, you know, I was having problems when I worked at the hospital. It was so there was just so much to remember, and the problem was, being ADD, you get distracted easy. And so, you know, I went and I saw a doctor, and I'm like, hey, you know, I'm pretty sure I'm ADD. He says, I think you've got a little HD in there too. I was like, no. But so he put me on a child's dose now of Adderall. And it was great for like my thinking processes, but because I mean, it's pure amphetamine. And what it did is, I was fine as long as I was moving. But if I would sit down, like I had 5 minutes to take a break or whatever, I would sit down at the nurse's station and I would be like, and because it has the opposite effect on someone who's truly ADHD. A stimulant will calm you, so to speak. And that's what it did. I had to stop taking it. I'm like, I can't be sleeping at work in the middle of the day in a hospital.
Right. Wow. Huh. I never knew that.
Yeah.
Damn. Yeah, they could never figure out. They just thought I wasn't paying attention, or I didn't want to pay attention, and that wasn't it at all. I was just bored as shit, man.
Same.
So bored. So bored. So bored.
Yeah.
Huh. That's crazy.
Yeah, I was the same way. I was even that way in nursing school. I would have to, as I was listening to lectures, I'd be doing a crossword puzzle. Then my teacher got mad. But it's not that my grades were bad. It's just like, I have to do something to hear, like to really pay attention. I need to be like crocheting or, you know, painting or something to really hear what's going on and, you know, get it in my head. So in nursing school, I really despise my instructor anyway. But she got so mad at me for doing crossword puzzles while she was lecturing, and she didn't believe me when I said, like, I need a distraction so I can hear what you're saying. I started making my own. Then I'd get up in the front of the class with a blank piece of paper and make my own crossword puzzle. Like, what you gonna do now, yo?
Silky's distractions book, right?
I mean,
JT,
you know, I was an adult. It was ridiculous, you know. Like, look, if I want to fail, I'm paying for this. Let me fail. But I wasn't failing, and I didn't fail. You know, I'm a little bit rebellious too, CJ. So there you go.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure you caused a microdose. What's up, John Morgan? Yeah, you got to move to, what is that, Oregon, where all the everything's available. What's up, Phidippus Ticket 43? And I'm on my second coffee, and I count steps, and as I climb stairs. Not sure what we're talking about, but yes. Also, do you avoid cracks? John Morgan, ticket number 45. How are you? This is a sad story that came out overnight.
Oh,
I guess,
no.
yeah, somebody in Joliet, maybe it was yesterday, had unalived 8 people, were on the run, and then I guess overnight or yesterday, the person unalived themselves in Texas. So I know people were wanting to talk about this in the last show, and I thought we would go
Okay.
ahead and start it off. Have you heard about this? Because I didn't.
No,
I
no,
just
I
saw it
haven't.
come across the feed, and I've been saving some stuff, but all of it's older now because it was in the beginning and they didn't even know where he was at. But this came out 3 hours ago, actually, but I know
Wow.
overnight is when the news broke. So, and we will be, if you have anything for that Kansas City, I'm going to go into that next. If you have any videos for that, you can send them to these destinations. Let me know if you do send something, because I don't get a notification. Yeah, this is something that just came out overnight.
Now to a breaking story we followed into the late hours of the night. New details this morning about a man accused of killing 8 people in Illinois over the span of 2 days. Police say 23-year-old Romeo Nance shot himself following a manhunt and a confrontation with police down in Texas. Kelsey Kernstein joins us live from Joliet, Illinois, just about an hour southwest of Chicago. And Kelsey, from what I understand, people in this neighborhood are shocked. I mean, this is a residential street that you're standing on.
I'm the same,
Mark, I'll
Phidippus.
tell you what, the people of Joliet, Illinois, they are pretty shaken up this morning. But police, they are still investigating as we speak right now why this suspect allegedly shot 9 people and killed 7 on this street. Now, they do believe that 2 of these shootings, they were completely random, but that the suspect, Romeo Nance, was connected to the people who live on this street.
I've been a policeman 29 years. This is probably the worst crime scene I've ever been associated with.
What?
Wow.
Here's what we know happened. It all started with 2 random shootings on Sunday. Now, authorities say that Nance allegedly shot and killed a 28-year-old man and injured another 42-year-old. Investigators say that this red car was spotted at both shooting scenes. They were then able to trace 23-year-old Romeo Nance to the car, and they went to stake out at his last known address. But after several hours, police decided to go into the home on this street and found blood outside. They then found 2 people dead inside the home.
Whoa.
And they then located another 5 more bodies
Whoa.
at another home across the street.
Whoa.
Now, police say that the victims from Monday's shooting were all related. And
Whoa. They're
Wow.
all related? So what? Okay, hold on. It started off with 2, then it went what?
I've been a policeman 29 years. This is probably the worst crime scene I've ever been associated with.
here's what we know happened. It all started with 2 random shootings on Sunday.
Okay,
Now, authorities
2.
say that Nance allegedly shot and killed a 28-year-old man and injured another 42-year-old. Investigators say that this red car was spotted.
Why didn't they say a male or female? And they injured another 42-year-old? What the hell? When do they just mention the age and not, you know what I'm saying? They just
Yeah.
started off saying hold on.
Say that this red car was spotted at both shooting scenes. They were then able to trace another 42-year-old, shot and killed a 28-year-old man and injured another 42-year-old.
A 28-year-old man and an injured a 42-year-old. Oh, so they didn't. But wait, if they were the only other person in the house, it's kind of obvious that the person that committed the crime is going to know what the sex is of the other person. So what would be the point of hiding the sex of that person if they're injured. What the hell does that mean? There's no reason to hide that. Unless there's a witness that was another sex and then you don't want to say.
Yeah. I don't know.
That's weird. Maybe it's just, no, it's news. Well, maybe it's News Nation. I don't know. That don't make sense. We're going to check out another one, and I'm going to see if they say the same thing. That's, what the hell?
Investigators say that this red car was spotted at both shooting scenes. They were then able to trace 23-year-old Romeo Nance to the car, and they went to stake out at his last known address. But after several hours, police decided to go into the home on this street and found blood outside. They then found 2 people dead inside the home, and then they located another 5 more bodies at another home across the street. Now, police say that the victims from Monday's shooting were all related, and Nance is believed to have known them. This all started as a very large manhunt that ended around 8:30 Monday night. Nance then took his own life after a confrontation with U.S. Marshals and police in Natalia, Texas, about 1,200 miles away. But we also know that this was not Nance's first brush with the law, Marky. In fact, he was arrested about a year ago for shooting at a woman and then a home. He then posted bond, a $10,000 bond, and he was awaiting trial. Marky?
Yeah, just a shocking story. And thanks for watching.
Joliet, where? Joliet, Illinois? That's
Illinois.
Isn't that Chicago?
I mean, it's, yeah, really close. Yeah.
I mean, I've never seen a crime scene.
That bad, yeah.
I wonder if it's a deal. Not even a deal. I wonder if, dude, they're all related, yo. What the hell? That don't. Let me look up something.
Yeah, that's a lot of anger for that many people.
All related? Let me see. Yeah, it's pretty much Chicago. That's what I thought. It's pretty much Chicago.
Yeah, I remember. I mean, I was born in Chicago. I don't mention that a whole lot, but I remember my parents talking about Joliet a lot.
Yeah, because I used to live in downtown Chicago.
Did you?
And yeah, I lived by O'Hare Airport.
Ah.
Yeah, I loved it, seeing all the planes flying in the sky all the time. It was beautiful. Yeah, that's not too far. And then went to Texas, damn, straight down south.
Wow.
Probably hit I-80 to 35 or something. 55 to 35, something like that. Yeah, let me let's see, what else do I got in there? This is, have you ever heard of inmates getting put to death with nitrogen?
I think I have. I think that's a newer thing, isn't it?
I don't know. I've never heard of it.
I remember thinking that's weird. I mean, it's not something, I think, our state, actually, we did the electric chair to for a very long time when most everybody else was done with it, but now we do lethal injection. So is there a shortage of chemicals for lethal injection? Have you heard anything? Like, would you hear anything? I mean, this was in Alabama. I thought we only did. Maybe that's where I was hearing that from. Because I thought that was weird. Because usually, well, they use a whole composite when they do lethal injection, but potassium is the main one because too much potassium will stop your heart. And so, you know, there's other things, additives in there, but nitrogen. I don't know.
I know I can't stand Banfield, so I'm gonna kind of do this a little bit like that for right now. But I came across this and I was like, Alabama and nitrogen, and I was like, what? I've never even heard of. Now I don't know,
Yeah.
maybe because I'm not familiar with you know, the lethal injections of
Yeah.
whatever.
I mean, potassium has always been standard. I don't know when. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I don't follow lethal injections and types of executions that often.
Yeah.
I really don't. I have mixed feelings about the death penalty. I used to be 100% pro death penalty, but I don't know.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and I don't know. Sometimes I still am, but then I have second thoughts also now. But
Why? What?
you know, for some crimes, CJ, I'm still very, very bitter. You know, it's like for some, especially crimes against children. Yeah, do I think they deserve the death penalty? I absolutely do. I think the reason is not so much. I think it's because there is such a high rate of people who are convicted who are actually innocent,
Right.
and a lot of people have been put to death that were innocent. You know, there are some people like speaking of this crime, we had something like this in Alabama. Let's see, it might have been 21, 22, something like that, and his trial was just last year. He was an older guy that had been paroled. He never should have been paroled. I mean, completely ridiculous that he was paroled. And he came and he was doing some like, handyman stuff for some ladies in a community not far from me. And I don't know. One lady was actually babysitting her 6-year-old grandson who was lived about an hour away. He just happened to be there. So all of a sudden, the police get called one day. They find one body in one house, and then they find 2 more bodies in a house across the street. As it turns out, it was this guy. He had done work. The community had been trying to give him things to do to help him, just get by. And he just decided to go in and rob them and unalive them. So...
Whoa.
And the 6-year-old boy was particularly tortured. And so it was a huge case here. And I think, I did have to deal with this man. Do I think he deserved the death penalty? Absolutely. Absolutely. But at the same time, he was, I mean, there really was no doubt, And I think he pretty much confessed in the beginning, and then it was like, no, I'm going to fight this in court. But at the same time, part of my humanity says, these people are still humans. And some of them, we have some cases in the jail right now where I work that are really, really sad. And I don't think I guess that's my problem. Across the board death penalty, no. We have one guy that committed a heinous crime. Now, it wasn't against a child, but it was a heinous crime. And he has to be in protective custody because we cannot let him out. The other inmates will, unalive him. But he's very mentally ill, okay? And I have to question if he had suffered abuse also, because there's some things that just don't add up. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like the death penalty for him, even though his crime was worthy, I guess, of it, I feel like that would be an injustice because he's literally he's tormented himself. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, I get it. I mean, especially now with, because I'm the same way now with, especially doing this true crime show and really digging in and seeing all the BS and the corruption corruption
Mm-hmm.
stuff that we've probably researched that we can't even discuss on the show, just because of this or because of that.
Right.
And seeing that corruption, and it's just like, fuck yeah, like there's no way
Right.
I could feel comfortable in some circumstances, of course. But yeah, in some of them, like this one right here, the Idaho 4 case that we talk about all the time, that's a DP case. Hell
Yeah.
no, I wouldn't want the death penalty for that, because just like, and not saying Scott Peterson's innocent, but just like a couple days ago, you have an LA Innocence Project taking up the case, claiming that there's potentially other evidence to show that the story isn't the story that is what took place. And this is 20 years later.
Yeah.
Imagine if he would have been, put away, life-wise, and then all of a sudden this information comes out. Then you're like, oh shit,
Yeah.
So yeah,
And
you
it
have
happened.
to. Yeah, too much.
Yes.
The more that we dig in, you really see, like, well, this is way worse than what you thought it was.
Yeah.
Way worse.
Yeah. And it makes it. I have a lot of distrust. I always had distrust, okay, of the system to some degree. But until I really started digging into true crime, and even when I was doing my vintage crimes, before I ever started this, like, it's very easy to see that there were questions and people often got railroaded. And, culturally speaking, in this country, there was a period of time that it didn't matter if you were innocent or not. The color of your skin determined your guilt, and that is beyond wrong. So, I look back at a lot of these cases where people were prosecuted in one way or another, either by the justice system or by people. You know what I'm talking about? It's horrendous. It's horrendous. And now, so you think, okay, we've got a better system, but do we? No, we don't. There's so many, you're right about the corruption and the lies, and people, unfortunately, a lot of times law enforcement just wants to
get somebody so they don't look shitty, like they're doing their job,
right.
If it don't fit, they make it fit.
Right.
What's up, sir? Ticket 50, thank you. Yeah, so I came across this and I was like, nitrogen. I was like, what? I never heard of that.
I mean,
so I guess they're preparing to use a new method of execution, nitrogen gas.
Wow.
Joseph Scott Morgan. Oh, cool. I like Joseph Scott Morgan. Yeah. See if have you heard of this guy? Smith. Okay. Let's see who it is.
No.
I want to bring in Joseph Scott Morgan. He's a certified death investigator, professor of forensics at Jacksonville State University, because I need to know what the mechanics of hydrogen or nitrogen hypoxia mean to a man. So walk me through it best you can, because I know we don't have the data. We don't have the experiments to prove it, but what do we expect? How does this work?
Well, it's simply replacement of the oxygen in this man's system with nitrogen gas, and it will be pumped into him, as you said.
Whoa, so he's gonna choke? What?
Yeah, that seems torturous.
Ash, is the fact that we don't really understand the mechanism, the mask that he's going to be fitted with. Some have kind of postulated that it might look something similar to what you might see a firefighter wear, that is kind of all-encompassing. The trick is, how are they going to get this thing to seal? And so that he is truly breathing pure nitrogen gas at that moment in time. And again, there is no data to take a measure relative to the effectiveness of this. Now, OSHA has got data out there relative to accidents, and in veterinary medicine, it has been tried with pigs, I think.
What?
But we're really left in a lurch here, scratching our heads.
So I've heard people say, my God, this is basically suffocation because without oxygen, you're, breathing heavier and desperately trying to get more and more air with oxygen, and there ain't none. But I've heard other people say the opposite, that the anxiety over suffocating does not exist with this because the expelling of CO2 is happening. You're still expelling your CO2, therefore it's actually a relaxed way of dying. And I've even heard some people go so far as to say this is the preferred method of assisted suicide for a lot of people who want to die, anxiety-less. Is there some truth to either side of that?
I think that there is. I've worked several cases of final exit cases, famously from the book, where they, I don't want to really go into this, but they talk about replacement with helium. And that was made very famous many years ago. So this is not the first time down this road relative to this idea. It's just that it's never been tried by the state. And certain organizations in Europe that talk about self-deliverance, self-assisted suicide, as they term it, they've talked about utilizing this methodology with nitrogen as well. So we'll see. We'll see after the 25th, Ash.
Well, I'm going to see before that because I don't think it's going to happen. I just think if he got a reprieve last time, I feel like this is one of those moments where there could be easily the phone call saying, "Whoa, lucky day, unlucky day," that turned into a lucky day. Imagine the mental anguish, though, right? Going through this twice if it does happen.
The anxiety leading
Joe
up
Scott,
to
I'm
it.
calling you.
Yeah.
Right, because it said in the beginning, attempted execution 2 years ago.
But did they actually go through with trying, or was he just in this position like he is now? We're about to execute you. I don't know.
Let me see. What did it say? What his name was? I didn't catch it. Hold on.
I want to bring in Joseph Scott Morgan. He's a certified death investigator, professor of forensics at Jacksonville State University, because I need to know what the mechanics of hydrogen or nitrogen hypoxia mean to a man. So walk me through it best you can, because I know we don't have the data, we don't have the the experiments to prove it. But what do we expect? How does this work?
Well, it's simply replacement of the oxygen in this man's system with nitrogen gas, and it will be pumped into him.
Okay, here's something right here from The Guardian. Okay, oh man. Let me flip the screen here. What's up, Devil Doll? How you doing? New icon photo, what's up?
Botched execution. Oh,
yeah,
wow.
I'm not ready, brother. I'm not ready, brother. U.S. man to be put to death months after botched execution attempt.
Wow.
It says Kenneth Smith to be executed in Alabama by untested gas method. What the fuck? Guardian of nightmares from failed lethal injection.
Wow.
Oh my gosh, they failed a lethal injection?
Wonder how that happened.
Oh man, that's crazy. How do you what?
I didn't even hear about this. Like, this is crazy.
And they're doing it. They're doing a fucking untested gas method.
Now, I feel like that's torturous myself. If you've already tried lethal injection and they had to go through that and that failed, and I don't know why. Now, this is going to be interesting to me. Why did it fail? Did they not have the stuff like the potassium, whatever, the whole combination? Was it not in the right dosages? Or for some reason, did his body reject it and they're afraid it's going to happen again? But now it's like, okay, well, we can't do this. Let's just, let's just try another method. We'll experiment on you. I mean, that's what it sounds like to me.
And this is Andrea Burkhart had more on her Twitter about it. Oh yeah, let me get to my Twitter. I never.
Wow.
Oh yeah, you did tag me. Thank you, Christina. The Joliet. Andrea Burkhart. What Alabama? Here's the link for Andrea Burkhart's post on Twitter.
Wow.
Let me put this in here so I can show it. It's funny. It's X, but it's still under Twitter. That's why I still call it Twitter. All right.
Yeah,
What
me too.
Alabama plans to do to Kenneth Smith on Thursday is horrifying. If this method, conscious suffocation, doesn't call for an emergency stay, I don't know what does. I'm against the death penalty on principle anyway, but this is just barbaric. Yeah, we're going to talk more about this because that's fucked up, yo. If you're going to do it in a way that, you know,
Yeah.
like do it in a way you know for sure. That's
Right. At least be sure. That's my whole thing. Be sure.
man.
Okay.
Regardless, says despite the differences, evidence from animal experts does point to potential issues in the use of nitrogen as a unaliving method. The AVMA's guidelines record that rats showed signs of panic and distress when given the gas, including open mouth breathing and seizure-like behavior. Similar. Go ahead.
Didn't they just say that's a conflict, because in that last video that we just watched, they said people are doing this animals. Like, you know, self-assisted unaliving, I guess, for terminal cases. They're saying, oh, this is easier, blah blah blah, but that's not what this is saying.
No, and it's saying more animals too. Similar aversion and distress was found with mice and mink. The association concluded that euthanasia by nitrogen was acceptable with the conditions for chickens, turkeys, and pigs, but that it should be avoided for other species. So they're using the study of animals that it goes okay with, and they're not for the ones that it don't. And they're advising that they don't do that with other animals either. This one says the UN body noted that the American Veterinary Medical Association recommends giving even large animals a sedative when being euthanized in this manner, while Alabama's protocol for execution by nitrogen asphyxiation makes no provision for sedation of human beings prior to execution.
Wow. That's messed up.
It looks like we need to be talking about something until, you know, hopefully Thursday doesn't come, but I think we need to talk about this some more tomorrow.
I'm gonna have to look up his case too and see exactly what he did and what happened. Most importantly, what happened last time. Wow.
That's fucked up.
Yeah. That is. I mean, I understand, because part of lethal injection also has kind of like relaxants in it. You know, it's not just potassium that we're putting in your veins, although that would stop your heart. You also got a combination. I mean, it is far more humane. Lethal injection is far more humane in taking a life than the electric chair, for sure.
Of course.
And a lot of other things. But, oh, man.
How did it not work? Let me read on. Let me read this. Let me go back to this article. Let's see if they say something.
Okay. Yeah.
About it. If anybody does have any information about the botched attempt, please send it to one of these destinations. Devil Doll, we're talking about Kenneth Smith, who's set to be executed by untested gas method on Thursday after a botched lethal injection in 2022. It says on Tuesday morning, Kenneth Smith will be moved within the Holman Correctional Facility in Alabama to the death cell. So that's today, everybody. That's right now.
Wow. Yeah.
That's right now. He probably is already there because they do those move. They move in like real early in the morning, don't they? They do it at like 3, 4 in the morning or something. Usually, so
yeah.
he's probably already there, man. And that shit's already, it's already going. I don't know, man. This is crazy. Smith knows the cell well. He knows its dimensions and feel of the place. He knows that it sits only about 20 feet from the death row chamber where, barring a last-minute reprieve, he will be escorted in handcuffs and leg irons on Thursday before being strapped to a gurney to await his fate. He knows because he has been inside this cell before. In November 2022, Alabama's Department of Corrections put him there as they prepared to execute him by lethal injection. From inside the cell, he said his goodbyes to his mother and his grandson. He had his last meal. Then he was taken to the death chamber where he spent 4 hours on the gurney as prison officials tried unsuccessfully to find a vein.
Okay. Find a vein.
For 4 hours. He was
Good God.
Whoa, he was suspended upside down for several minutes as officials worked frantically to secure an IV line. By the time the officials admitted defeat and called off the execution, his body was riddled with puncture holes.
Okay. Now, okay, go ahead.
It's a little bit of an article. Go ahead.
Well, no, when we get done, I've got a solution to this. Why aren't they doing it?
What?
I mean, if they couldn't find a vein, I get that. I mean, but they could have him sent out, or have a doctor come in, and once he's in the holding cell, and put a PICC line or a central line in. They put a central line in, you're going to get a vein. If they wanted a bigger one, they could put a PICC in his arm and put the normal ingredients for a lethal injection. So I don't understand. Yeah, there's a lot of times you can't find a vein on somebody and you have to do a central line. I mean, it's a huge, huge vein, but it's up here. The PICC is right here in the arm. But I don't see why getting a vein. I can see why they stopped it right then, because they couldn't get it. Well, blah blah blah. They should have just brought in somebody and inserted the line and done it. Now it's 2 years later, and I guess they don't want the same problem. But you don't have to have the same problem. I don't understand why they're going to use him as a guinea pig and say, oh, well, let's see if this works. My God.
Yeah. And, regardless of whatever crime you're committed, you're afforded your rights as well when it comes to the justice system. So when it, just like, it is inhumane. It really is. It's called, if you're going to have somebody, which we already had the discussion before we even got into this conversation about the death penalty and how we feel about it.
Yeah.
But that's when we talk about it, you're including, we agree with it. We're not saying that the person should be pampered, but damn.
Right.
Just because they did something inhumane doesn't give us the right to do something inhumane.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And that's where it comes from. Not that there's any sympathy at all. Please. You got the wrong show if you think there's sympathy.
Yeah, I don't
I've been
have
around for a
sympathy.
year. I've been around for a year. I think everybody's pretty obviously clear to the fact that I don't have sympathy for pieces of shit like that. But it doesn't
Yeah.
just because they were inhumane doesn't give me the right to be inhumane to that person.
Right.
So
Right. I
that's just
mean,
how it is.
it's been a long time, but I've actually been inside Holman prison.
You've been inside that before?
Not as an inmate.
No.
Not as an
In
inmate.
the room and all that.
Not in this chamber, but I've been inside the prison, yeah. Several times. I mean, I don't understand the logic. I mean, because look, the fact that you can't find a vein, this is like blowing my mind. This happens in the hospital all the time, especially
Yeah, it
when you
happens to
have.
me.
Well, I mean, it takes a little bit. They have to get one of my big veins, but that's fine. It happens all the time, especially when you have, like little old people who are like 90 something years old and you've got to get a line on them. You sometimes you have to do a central or something like that because that's the only alternative, but it happens every single day. You just put a line in. So what is the big deal? Yeah,
Probably
a lot.
dehydrated, yeah.
A lot of times it's dehydration and they have to have, IV antibiotics, whatever. Sometimes they have to have a drip of some kind. Depends on what's going on, but, you just put a line in, a surgeon usually does it, but, anybody any doctor who knows how to do it can put in a central line. And I don't understand why, even if they had to send him out to a local hospital, why they didn't just have a line put in and, send him back to prison, do it the next day by lethal injection. This is
wait 2
it's
years.
ludicrous. Yeah.
Yeah, wait 2 years. Right. Because if this happens again, does he have a legal?
I was wondering that.
Route to like not be on death row anymore? If this,
I don't know what the time is. It used to be. I thought. Now I don't know what in the state of Alabama. I thought there was like if they couldn't execute you in 3 tries, then that was it. I don't know if it's 2, if it's on the 3rd. I don't know. I don't know if there is such a rule anymore.
Yeah, I'm wondering that because that would be another injustice if people weren't doing their fucking jobs right for this injection, and then this dude was able to not be on death row anymore for whatever. Because if you're on death row, you obviously committed a brutal fucking crime.
Yeah.
So he deserves to be on death row. Before, is according to what their ruling is. I don't know. I haven't looked at whatever the case is, but according to them, he deserves to be on death row. So do your fucking job right, so that way the families that are waiting for this guy to get executed get their fucking justice. And that's not going to happen ever if the dude is able to somehow avoid the death penalty, because of the inadequacies of the professionals that are there to do that in the first place.
Right.
Let me see here. In the process, Smith was granted entry to an exceptionally elite yet profoundly undesirable club with a membership of just 2 Americans who can describe what it's like to survive an execution. 14 months later, he finds himself about to be put back to death in the death cell, about to go through it all again. Except this time, the protocol is different. Smith, 58, is facing execution by an untested method that has never been used in a capital punishment in the United States. It's a technique that has been rejected on ethical grounds by just veterinarians. So if y'all are fucking worried about how they treat fucking puppies, then you should be worried about how they're treating this
Yeah.
person. Just saying.
Yeah.
For the euthanasia of most animals other than pigs' death by nitrogen gas. This week, Smith contacted the Guardian from Holman Prison and spent his allotted 15 minutes for outside phone calls, describing the surreal position in which he now finds himself. He is an execution survivor who is about to go through an execution procedure a second time through an entirely untried method. Is he prepared in himself for his imminent return to the cell under these circumstances? He said, I'm not ready for that. Not no kind of way. I'm just not ready, brother. In the wake of Smith's failed execution, he has been diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder and is being prescribed a cocktail of medications, including drugs to control migraines. So be it. You know what I'm saying? His prison psychiatrist has recorded that he is suffering from insomnia, anxiety, and depression, hopefully from the crimes you committed, symptoms often associated with severe trauma while you're still alive. He told the Guardian that he was unable to sleep because of frequent nightmares. Hopefully it's about the crime you committed. What if games, yada yada. I'm not gonna, it's whatever when it comes to that shit. He was given a second execution date for January 25th. He has had a whole fresh round. Yeah, I don't care, dude. It's more about your dumb nightmares. Smith asked the Guardian to imagine what would happen if a victim of abuse were forced by their abuser straight back into the hostile environment that originally traumatized them. A person who did that would probably be seen as a monster, he said, but what the government does, that's something else. So this is the crime. So this is the crime that he committed.
Yeah, that's what I was just looking at. Okay, good. You've got a better one.
So, wow, he's comparing that situation to a victim of abuse.
I mean, yes, but you put yourself in this situation.
So let me see here. It says on March 18th, 1988, a pastor's wife in Colbert County, Alabama, Elizabeth Sennett, was stabbed to death in her home. A week later, her husband, Charles Sennett, a minister then unalived himself after detectives began to focus on the fact that he had been having an affair, was deep in debt, and had taken out a life insurance policy on his wife.
Oh, wow.
But Smith was one of the two people hired for the crime. So he went in, he was paid by the pastor.
Jeez.
One or
I'm
two
going to have
people
to cover this crime. 88. Okay, I should have heard of this crime. I'm going to have to do a whole episode on this crime. Oh, my God.
Well, let me know. I'll join you. This is crazy.
Wow. Wow. I wish I had time to do it before the next execution.
Right.
I don't know. I might do it tonight.
Do it tonight. Yeah.
Are you going live tonight?
Yeah, I got my Idaho 4, but do it, man. I would do it.
Yeah. This seems like, man, I feel so stupid not knowing about this case. I live under a rock, apparently. A rock in Delphi. That's where I've been the past year, over a year now.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, unless I start digging and I flip it around, but or maybe I do a combo or something where this case and Idaho Ford combo or something. I don't know. I know I'm gonna be doing a show tomorrow morning on this. I know that.
Wow.
I just don't have enough time to get
Wow.
enough prep together, you know.
So it says it was one of two people hired. Who's
Yeah.
the other one? What happened to him? Did he do it or not? Or did he back out? I wonder.
He probably fessed up.
Maybe he did.
He probably fessed up and he's not on death row. He avoided the death penalty.
Now, will you send me this article, CJ?
Yeah. Here, I'll drop the article. Do you want it in private chat? I'll drop it in regular chat too for you guys.
It kind of messes me up. Oh, it's the Guardian. Okay.
Here, let me. I'll send it to your email.
Yeah, I can't click on it from here. Wow. This is crazy.
It's daytime true crime. It is crazy, Silky.
Wow. It's not even a car chase.
No, I haven't been looking. I've been sucked into this article. I haven't even been looking for the car chases. Yeah, if there's any breaking news, let me know, you guys. I'll go right to it. Paid by the pastor to cover up his affair. He had just opened, so the pastor had... Oh, wow, it goes more into it, too. Says... So the pastor was out of town. The wife was unalived in the home. He came back, found out the police were focusing on him, knew he was going to get found out, took his own life. And that was because an affair, deep in debt, and had taken out a life insurance policy on his wife. So he wanted to use the money for that to pay off the debt to then be able to have the fun time with the affair.
Yeah.
Let me see. So he was one of the two people hired for $1,000 each.
Wow.
You guys,
can you imagine?
Come on, for $1,000. That's why I never understand why people rob a fucking gas station, bro. You're only gonna get like $100. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like fake. Yeah. The jury voted 11-1 to give him a life sentence, but they were overruled by the judge who sent him to death row.
Wow.
But they were.
I wonder why the judge. I mean, that's kind of odd at 11-1. It makes me wonder. It makes me wonder if he had maybe had other crimes or something, or maybe they knew something about him that he had never gotten in trouble for. I don't know. It seems like the judge, really had a vendetta.
Yeah, like with OJ, when he got busted for the fucking robbery in Vegas, she slapped that fucking one after another.
Yeah.
And like, it was like for crimes that you had committed prior or allegedly.
Right.
How does he now look back on his crime now that he is only days away from a second attempted execution? Wish I had done things differently, he said. 1 second, one moment in a man's life, and that's been the only incident. Oh. I've not had any incident with officers, not a single fight with inmates in 35 years. Violence is not who I am. What was he, on a drug bend or something? When he did the crime, needed the $1,000 for the fix. Yet many people in Alabama and across the U.S. believe that because of what he did, he deserves all the punishment coming to him. What does he say to them? He says, I've been in prison for 35 years. How have I not been punished? 35 years, he said. I have not gone unpunished for 35 years. I've suffered doing this, so has my family. And
yeah. I mean, it's not pleasant. I mean, it is rough, but then again, you still are breathing, unlike your victim.
Yeah. So the new method by which Alabama intends to unalive him on Thursday is known as nitrogen hypoxia. And it involves forcing the prisoner to breathe pure nitrogen gas, a gas that naturally exists in air at such high concentrations that it causes oxygen deprivation and eventual death. It really does sound like he's gonna fucking
Be tortured.
when there's animals that are getting seizure type effects. Can you imagine
No.
what that's the idea? Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say go read the next paragraph. I'm like, oh, holy crap! Wow.
Yeah, I wonder what I need to look into this. I don't know. I'm almost tempted to like. I mean, he's been in prison for 35 years. There was a failed execution. Don't you think I need to look at this judge and see, because the 11-1 is so overwhelming. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it really is.
And for the judge to just be like, no, fuck that. I'm wondering, like, I don't know, something's just weird with that.
Yeah.
I feel like I need to look at the case, like of what took place and why the judge did that.
Yeah, it definitely needs some investigation, in my opinion, because that it doesn't make sense. And I mean, yeah. So maybe you had a really harsh judge, but this next paragraph talking about how they came up with this, like, this is crazy.
Yeah, just because I don't know.
Because it says this whole thing, like, look what it says. This scheme was concocted, the Marshall Project, discovered by a criminal justice professor with no medical or scientific training, whose main claim to expertise was as a former prosecutor in the Western Pacific Islands of Palau, one of the smallest countries in the world. So, like, they came up with this guy. He's a criminal justice professor, no medical, no scientific training. He's like, oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
This is ridiculous.
It is. I'm almost tempted to do a show about it tonight, but gosh, man.
This is
just
because
it's happening Thursday. I think
what.
If you want to, fuck it, because I'll be doing Idaho tomorrow anyway. You know what? If you wanna, because I'll finish reading this. We'll get into something else, some of these other cases too. Maybe get back to this if you guys want to drop some info. I feel like if you feel like doing a show on it tonight, if you want to get together again, I'll do some research. If you want to do some, I can figure out. I'll get shit together. I'll bust my ass before tonight and make sure there's enough content. Man,
I want to get on Reddit.
Let's see, by Oklahoma, another active death penalty state. It was adopted. Having been through 4 hours of an attempted judicial killing by lethal injection, Smith is now looking into the unknown as what he fears most about the possibility being administered nitrogen gas. In the first execution of its type, Smith at first made a generic argument. I fear that it will be successful and you will have a nitrogen system coming to your state very soon, and that's what I'm worried about. Because there's not a shortage of nitrogen.
No. The fact that they're making him a guinea pig. I mean, look, I'm not sympathetic when it comes to, horrific crimes either. But I am like you said, that doesn't give us the right to torture this
No.
man. Yeah, I know prison is a horrible place. It is. And, that he spent 35 years there. Yes, it's been a horrible life on one hand. On the other hand, you still have some life, you still have the ability to have something. But, and I'm not opposed. I'm like, this is just, it's like, I don't know, it's like POW tactics, like,
Yeah, because
the people in Germany that were just conducting human experiments. Like, what the crap?
yeah, if we do that to them, that makes us no better than what the fuck he went to prison for. You know what I mean? Like, if we can do that to another human being, just because he committed that crime, that's his crime. Doesn't mean we can do and act any inhuman kind of way. Then
Right.
we're no better. We're no better as a
Exactly.
society. We're no better as a soul. And that's not evolving. You're just yeah, it's a state with a DP. Can't believe failed attempt. I can't either. Like what Silky was saying when mercy really doesn't exist in this country when it comes to difficult situations like mine. Smith has a point, though. It has never been carried out. Execution by nitrogen is on the books in Alabama, Mississippi, and Oklahoma, and other states, including Louisiana, are considering it. So it's on 3 states. So 3 states has it available.
So has anybody done it though? Have they done this before?
No, he's the first one. They've just done it in animals. And they talked mainly pigs.
Yeah, that's what I
can't
thought.
remember the other one. Pigs was the main one. I can't remember the other one. And then all the other animals were the ones that were showing signs of distress. This is what it makes me wonder. Because just like, with Idaho changed. What's up, Thin Mint? Idaho changed their execution method because they're having a shortage of lethal injection chemicals. And I'm sure that a lot of these states are having or looking at it in the same issue, because if Idaho's going to have a shortage, I'm sure all the states are going to have a shortage, unless it's whatever state or connected states where it's being produced. I'm sure they get first dibs. But there's going to be a shortage everywhere. So I bet you the reason that it's already down and possibly 4 coming is because they're faced with the situation that Idaho was, but maybe they don't agree with the execution style, when it comes to that. But look, why don't you, instead of, I don't see why most they don't do it. Number one, who says you got to have a fucking person behind the, set it up on an automatic fucking gun? You know what I'm saying? Have 5 of them set up and have 2 of them loaded, and each person can just hit the button, or even not hit the button. The person that's the official standing over the execution can be the one to hit the one button that then activates all of them, and you don't have anybody pushing any triggers, because the guy that's there to oversee it is already going to be there anyway. So why isn't he just going to hit the button? I mean, it could be that simple, instead of messing around, because I think this is what's going to happen is they're all worried about financials. Obviously, the economy is a bunch of shit. They're worried about the availability. There's been shortages going on since COVID.
Yeah,
and
but
so they're probably having to vote these.
Yeah,
they don't have a choice.
He's been there for 35 years. Okay, 35 years. Now, my thinking is they tried this 2 years ago. If there's a shortage, why not just house him for a little while longer until, it improves, until the shortage crisis, whatever, is over?
That's probably
You've
what
already
they
waited
did.
this long.
That's probably what they did. That's why they waited 2 years from the last time they tried it. They probably did that. They were probably trying to wait to see. But then again, they're running into the issue with the vein. they didn't want to have it happen a second time, you know, and so this is the other route that they went. Like, what are all the methods of execution? You got the chamber, you got the mask, you got the chair.
But I don't think Alabama even has a chair anymore.
You got the squad. I mean, is it just 4 methods?
That sounds about right. But I don't know. I have to look up Alabama law. Like I said, I don't really study this, but I thought we only did lethal injection. I guess up until now.
Well, yeah, because Idaho changed it last year, so so I'm sure that there would be a shortage going on everywhere. Idaho was probably the first one to have a lot of these votes going in to change it because of Koberger's case. Because they're like, shit, we got a death penalty case coming up right now. We better vote this shit. We better vote this shit in. So I don't know. I don't understand why most people just don't do the fucking firing squad and fucking have it all electric. Person's there already. They can hit the damn button.
I mean, if I were in the situation, rather than be asphyxiated, like in a guinea pig trial, I would rather face a firing squad. You know, at least it's quick.
Yeah, I would too.
Yeah.
Especially if you have 5 of them pointed at you.
Yeah.
You know,
I mean, that would be way better than a slow passing away. Quick. Yeah. Of literally, you know, not breathing. That is horrific.
Yeah, it'd be quick. Let me see here. It says, though it's never been carried out, execution by nitrogen is on the books in Alabama, Mississippi, and Oklahoma, and other states, including Louisiana, are considering it. But that's a rather rarefied fear for someone so close to a return to a death chamber. Does he have any personal fears? I try not to think about it. I try not to read too much, he said, then added, throwing up in that mask, because if I do, brother, nobody's going to help me. I'm going to drown in my own vomit. My wife will have to sit there and watch it. Oh, yeah, because people are going to be watching it too. Oh, right. Man, can you imagine if he starts having seizures and what his wife is going to go through? She didn't do nothing. She didn't commit the fucking crime.
Yeah. Wow.
Oh, man, there's been a lot of discussion about the mask through which Alabama plans to pipe nitrogen into him. A federal judge described the contraption in a court document as an industrial-grade, continuous flow supply-to-air respirator mask with an adjustable 5-point harness system and a pliable double-flange rubber seal that would tightly fit and hold the mask over the entirety of the wearer's face, including eyes, nose, mouth, and chin. The danger, critics have warned, is if the seal is not perfect, oxygen could seep into the mask and lead to a prolonged and distressing death. It is also one thing to offer an industrial mask to a worker for his or her self-protection. It is another thing entirely to force it onto a person who might struggle and resist simply to stay alive. I'm not participating, Smith said, referring to his own execution. I'm not gonna, grab the mask and strap it on. I'm not gonna help them. The idea that he would cooperate with the Department of Corrections in his own demise reminds Smith, he told The Guardian, of what guards said to him as they were trying to stick a giant needle under his collarbone during the failed execution in 2022. Smith recalled that he cried out in excruciating pain as he did so. The deputy warden, who was tightly gripping his head, leaned over to him and told him to relax. "Kenny, this is for your own good," he said. One of Smith's greatest anxieties as he braces himself for what's coming is having to say goodbye for a second time to those he loves the most. Should the execution go ahead, his wife Deanna will be with him in the witness section of the death chamber, but he will have to have a final word in advance with his 78-year-old mother, Linda, my little mama, as his 12-year-old grandson, Crimson, named after the Alabama team. This is so hard. I'm putting them through this again, and I don't know how we do it. He said, I got a tough bunch with me. You know, my family are amazing. We'll get through it. His lawyers are making 11th hour appeals to federal judges, arguing that both the proposed use of nitrogen and the fact that Smith has already been traumatized by the failed attempt to kill him are forms of cruel and unusual punishment barred under the United States Constitution. They are pressing for a stay of execution, though at this late stage the sand in the hourglass is running out. As the buzzer sounds, marking the end of 15 minutes, I squeeze in one last question. If he had the chance to say something to people at large, what would it be? You know, brother, I'd say leave room for mercy. That just doesn't exist in Alabama. Mercy really doesn't exist in this country when it comes to difficult situations like mine. And this was an article from Betsy Reed, U.S. Guardian.
Wow. Wow.
And it's
That's
like
a lot.
Andrea Burkhart said, you know, when it comes to this right here, what Alabama plans to do to Kenneth Smith on Thursday is horrifying. If this method, conscious suffocation, doesn't call for an emergency stay, I don't know what does. I'm against the death penalty on principle anyway, but this is just barbaric. This is somebody that's against the death penalty. A lawyer that's saying, yo.
But I mean, you know, whether you're even if you're for the death penalty, I agree it's barbaric.
Yeah. Not that we think that he should have any kind of mercy when it comes to the crime that he committed. Don't get it twisted. What's getting twisted is what these individuals are saying. Like, yo, this is the Constitution. This is humanity. This is fucking. Just because they played God doesn't mean we have a right to play God.
Yeah. You know, again, back to the judge, it makes me wonder if he personally knew the victim and that's why he had such a harsh punishment, because Smith said he was never in trouble for anything else. So
yeah, and that was it.
Yeah, so it makes me wonder what the dynamics were there. 11-1 vote from the jury, no death penalty.
Religion? Maybe she was the same religion as the victim?
Possibly. But I mean,
I don't know what else. You got a jury voting 11-1. The dude didn't commit a crime before this. Never been in trouble while incarcerated in 35 years either.
Yeah.
So
yeah, it's crazy. This is crazy. I mean, honestly, I would have said that after the first failed attempt, if they were having issues, if they're still having issues because they can't get the chemicals or whatever, just commute his sentence to life without parole, you know? This is, rather than use somebody as a guinea pig, I mean, I just, no.
Oh, so let's see, So this was from August of last year. Southern Fried True Crime did a show. Let me see here. Hold on. Let me see what all's out there. Kenneth Smith. Let's see. I'm just looking up some news here. Woman remembers being. Wow, there's not much on it.
Now, I was trying to find some pictures and stuff. There's not much on Google either. I was just trying to find pictures of, the victim and the case, and let's see, maybe this is something.
Yeah, that's about a priest. Yeah, there's not much on this either. Let me check out this video here. I'm going to share it with you guys. So this is, and I'm going to go ahead and subscribe to it. Let's see, Southern Fried True Crime. Yeah, the priest paid the person we're talking about and another individual $1,000 each to go unalive the pastor. Let me see here, YouTube. Okay, so let's see, and then let me share it with you guys.
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot on the execution, but not on the case.
All right, so there's that. Let me hit the like. Southern Fried True Crime. The murder of Liz Sennett. So this is what showed up. And is that Elizabeth Sennett? Okay, so she went by Liz. She went by Liz. And yeah, let me see here. Let's just watch this for a second here.
Okay. I like this channel.
Oh, I've never seen him.
Yeah, I've listened to a lot of episodes.
You hear the phrase happy wife, happy life a lot. It seems to put the onus on the woman to keep the marriage in calm waters. But that's not always how it's meant.
What's up, typically?
Sometimes it just means that the wife is the rock of the family. She keeps everyone centered. Liz Sennett was very much the rock of her family. Her husband Charles was a preacher and the center of their church, but together they were the center of their community. And Liz was very much the heart of her family, as one of her sons put it. It's not easy being a preacher's wife, but she performed the role with the same grace and love that she did being a wife and mother. When she was murdered, naturally, Charles was the first suspect. The husband always is. But Charles had a solid alibi. Who would want to hurt this lovely and loving woman? Liz Sennett had no enemies. The brutality shook their small Alabama town, and especially congregants of their church. And the truth would destroy the Sennett family. Welcome to episode 190, The Murder of Liz Sennett. In the 1980s, Ronnie May was an investigator with the Colbert County Sheriff's Department in Alabama. And he wasn't new to this job. Far from it. He had started his law enforcement career over a decade earlier in 1973. And he enjoyed the work, because Ronnie would continue to be an officer of the law for over 40 years, only retiring in 2015. But back in the 80s, Ronnie wasn't anywhere near retiring. On March 18th of 1988, it was a cool spring day. The high was in the 40s. The rolling hills of Colbert County were bright green with new life. The breeze was light and airy. It was the perfect kind of day for a morning coffee and a big breath of fresh air. As Ronnie opened the door to the sheriff's department that morning, he might have thought the same, but not for long. At 11:44 a.m. that day, a local pastor, 45-year-old Charles Sennett, called the Colbert County Sheriff's Department, and a secretary answered. But the preacher, Charles, was unintelligible, screaming. The secretary couldn't make out what he was trying to say. and at that point, the call was transferred to Officer Ronnie May. Ronnie waited for Charles to gather himself. Only then could Charles explain to Ronnie what had happened. And it was horrible. Charles's wife, 45-year-old Elizabeth Liz Dorleen Sennett, was dead. Charles didn't know how, he didn't know who, but his and Liz's home had been ransacked, and Liz was covered in blood, lying on the floor of their den. Years later, Ronnie May told AL.com, "All we knew was a pastor's wife had been killed in what had been a home invasion." Ronnie rushed to the Sennett home near Tuscumbia, Alabama, along with other first responders. When they arrived, Liz still had a pulse, but it was faint. In the hopes that she would wake up and say something, anything, about her killer's identity, Ronnie rode with her in the ambulance to the hospital. But Liz's eyes never opened. She died in surgery 2 hours later.
Wow.
Thus, the investigation into her murder began. And so,
Wow, she was still alive after she
Wow.
went to the frickin' hospital.
Man. So she was laying there in agony there for a few hours. I mean, I'm just wondering if that had some sway with the judge. You know, I'm looking for reasons that maybe the judge, you know, why he gave him the death penalty.
Yeah. And when it comes, I don't know. We haven't studied this case. If I don't know about reasonable doubt. We just started getting into it. I don't know. Has anybody else covered this case in chat? I don't know. I really don't. I can't answer the reasonable doubt. I don't even know anything about the case. Honestly, I just heard about it
Me either.
today. I just heard about it
Same.
today.
Same.
But man, so she was still alive. Wait a minute. But it said that he showed up a week later. Wait a minute. A week later. Oh,
That's
okay.
when he did it. Yeah.
Himself a week later.
Okay.
sometime later, after the dust had settled and the case was solved, Ronnie realized something strange. He had seen Liz's killer before, and it was only a few weeks before her murder. Ronnie had been at a gas station in Cherokee, an Alabama town about 15 miles away from the Sennett's home. This, too, had been a crime scene. The owner of the gas station had been shot and killed. Ronnie and other officers were investigating the gas station when he noticed a strange man following him around. The man appeared to be part of the rescue squad, according to Ronnie, but the man was in the way. He asked him to leave multiple times, but for whatever reason, the man kept returning.
Wow.
Later, Ronnie would speculate that this man was trying to understand how law enforcement investigated a crime scene. He was doing reconnaissance, but at the time, there was no way for Officer Ronnie May to know that. So when the man left, Ronnie let him, and he didn't think much of it.
That's weird.
Yeah.
Elizabeth Dorleen Thorne was born on December 10th, 1942, to parents Howard and Dosha in Franklin County, Alabama. Throughout her life, her friends and family referred to her as Liz, so that's what we'll call her too. Growing up, Liz was the oldest of her two brothers and one sister. And of the four Thorne children, Liz was especially soft-spoken. She was a quiet young woman with a typical type A personality. Liz liked things to be neat and organized. She was a person who had a place for everything, and everything was always in its place. Liz also enjoyed being a particularly feminine woman. Her family would later describe her as a girly girl. The Thorne family was born and bred in Alabama for generations, and I'm not just saying that. Liz's parents, her parents' parents, and their parents' parents were all born in the northwest corner of Alabama. Liz too, of course, but her family moved to Ohio sometime between 1948 and 1961, during the time Liz's father spent in the military. The family moved to a home near Cleveland when Liz was in her teens, and there she met a young man named Charles. Charles Edward Sennett was born on October 23, 1942, in Henlawson, West Virginia, to parents Ed and Bevia. Ed was a preacher, and Liz and Charles had a great deal in common. They both lived in Ohio, but were Southerners at heart. They were both the same age, and they were both Christian folk, and so were their families. But most importantly, the young couple fell deeply in love with each other. So on June 2, 1962, 20-year-old Liz and 20-year-old Charles were married in Ohio. And literally 9 months exactly after their wedding date, on February 3, 1963, Liz and Charles welcomed their first child into the world, a baby boy named Charles Jr. They called him Chuck. And 2 years after that, in May of 1965, Liz and Charles had yet another baby boy. His name was Michael, and he would go by Mike. Chuck and Mike remember their parents' relationship as idyllic. In an interview with American Monster, Chuck said, "Dad loved and adored Mother. She was the best thing that ever happened to him." And Mike affirmed, saying, "Everyone thought of them as the perfect couple." Liz and Charles weren't just picture-perfect spouses. They were good parents, too. According to Mike, Liz was like a big mama hen, keeping everybody in check. It was clear that she cared about her sons, and she wasn't afraid to show it. She went above and beyond to make sure both Chuck and Mike knew that she loved them. Through joyful birthday parties, meaningful Christmas gifts, and a ton of special family traditions. Chuck explained that their family was, quote, "always rich in faith and health. We had what we needed and some of what we wanted." And Charles did his part too. Chuck explained that his father was always a hard worker and a great provider. But more than that, he remembered his dad as an all-around nice guy. When baby Mike was born, Charles and Liz were about 23 years old. Around this time, Charles worked at a Sears department store in Ohio.
Okay, so I'm going to share the link. I'm not going to go through the whole thing. I'm going to skip ahead. If you want to watch the whole video, here's the link. Definitely go show some support over there. I'm going to skip ahead a little bit. And let's go to about right there.
Mike recalled, "It was like he was empty, an empty, broken down man, and Mom had to step in and be the rock, and she did a very good job of it."
Okay, hold on.
His mother had passed away 7 years earlier, and Liz's purse remained. As the authorities investigated the crime scene where Liz Sennett was killed, no one had seen Liz's killer. After his mother had passed away 7 years earlier, in 1981, she'd only been 59 years old. Howard outlived them both, dying at the age of 87 in 2009. In the wake of his mother's death, Mike Sennett told the Montgomery Advertiser that he regretted she didn't have more time to spoil her grandchildren. Right away, the authorities suspected that Liz's murder was the result of a burglary gone wrong. But as they inspected the crime scene more closely, the detectives started to realize things weren't adding up. Officer Buddy Aldridge told the Birmingham Post-Herald, "It just looked strange from the very beginning." No one had seen Liz's killer. After all, Liz and Charles lived in a rural area, and the nearest neighbor was at work when the attack happened. So all the detectives had was the crime scene, and they meticulously cataloged it for several days. That's how they determined that the crime scene had been staged. As the authorities investigated the crime scene where Liz Sennett was killed, they realized that this couldn't have been a burglary gone wrong. Hardly anything was missing from the Sennett house, just a stereo and a VCR. Numerous valuable items were left behind, and hundreds of dollars in Liz's purse remained untouched. Plus, there was no sign of forced entry, which meant Liz might have let the killer inside her house willingly, as if she knew them or was at least comfortable enough to open the door for them. Now, authorities were even more suspicious.
Yeah, but this was back in 1988.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you would be that worried about somebody coming to your door and saying,
Probably
"Hey,
not.
you know, like, hey, I got some magazines that I'd like to sell you. You know, you want to
Yeah.
sell?" Oh, sure. And I'm sure with being in a religion, she might have looked at it as maybe an opportunity to speak what she wanted to speak about while inviting them in so they could
Mm-hmm.
speak about what they speak. I don't see
Yeah.
how that, 88, back in 88, it was a lot more trusting time back then. Hell, people didn't lock their doors. I mean, even
Yeah.
nowadays, people don't lock their doors, but back then,
Yeah. I was gonna say, I mean, now in my community, it's starting to get a little bit more suspicious, only because of the, I'm gonna say this, the trafficking of people. Uh, we've become on edge a little bit, but still, somebody could probably, if you looked normal, if you didn't look like you were, on some kind of substance, people would still open their door in my area. You knock on the door, somebody's going to answer, and so I'm curious to know, did she know him? But yeah, you're right. As a pastor's wife, she would, maybe think, even if she didn't know somebody, maybe they just need counseling, maybe they need help, maybe, it's a
it's
trusting. We're still trusting, I think, in Alabama.
yeah, I don't know. I could just hell, they come to like you got people coming to your house asking if they can come in to talk to you. I'm sure, to in that situation, you'd be like, "Oh, look, cool. I can sit down. I can have a conversation."
Right,
Maybe even if you didn't know him, maybe,
right,
it could end up being a conversation about whatever, an opportunity.
sure.
Uh, yeah, this is pretty. So I'm not sure about that. Now, I'm interested to hear what happens after this. Let's see here.
During their investigation, one officer saw something odd floating in the pond located about 50 yards from Charles and Liz's house.
In a pond.
It was a broken piece of a walking cane. Another portion of that same cane was found in the Senate's den near Liz's body.
What?
Authorities quickly deduced that the cane had been one of the many items used to brutally beat Liz.
Whoa.
So they drained the pond to see if more weapons were there. And there were.
And there were.
According to the Birmingham Post-Herald, law enforcement agents discovered more pieces of the walking cane, a fire poker, and a black-handled hunting knife.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
A fucking walking cane, a fire poker, and a black-handled hunting knife?
Wow.
Dude.
Yeah. Jeez.
Wow, this is maybe I don't.
Why did they throw it? Look, I'm glad they got caught, but still, why are you going to dispose of the weapons in a nearby pond? Come on, be smarter than that.
They ain't thinking straight,
Yeah, I guess not.
They ain't thinking straight. This is fucking crazy, man. This is worse than the article even stated. Why didn't the article state this? I mean, geez. Fire poker.
Back inside the Senate's home, investigating officials also found several hair strands near Liz's body. These hair strands were discovered in two places: the rug that had been draped across Liz's body and a baseball cap the attacker had presumably left behind. Today, hair strands are a great find at a crime scene. It's DNA evidence, right? Well, as long as you find one with a hair follicle. Even without the follicle, it can be powerful circumstantial evidence. But back in 1988, the technology to compare DNA in forensic science had only just been invented. It wouldn't be mainstream until the 90s, and even then there would be a long wait before databases like CODIS would help solve cases consistently. Still, the labs could easily conclude that these hairs did not belong to Liz, and they didn't belong to Charles either. There were also fibers found on the hunting knife that appeared to match the rug on Liz's body. Now detectives were at an impasse. They had the murder weapons, but no murderer. And they had 0 suspects, so they couldn't compare these mysterious hair strands to anyone else's hair. Not to mention, Charles's time was easily accounted for during the time Liz was killed, so he couldn't have done it. And most of the people Liz knew had strong alibis too. Investigators were baffled. Who could have killed Liz Sennett? Who would have wanted to? She didn't have any enemies. She was an active member of the community, a caring mother and grandmother, the pastor's wife. And whoever had murdered Liz did it for almost nothing. They didn't even take the remote that went with the VCR.
Whoa.
The Alabama Bureau of Investigation became involved in Liz's case early on, but still, days passed with no new leads. The people of Sheffield, Tuscumbia, and other surrounding Colbert County cities were terrified. A killer was on the loose, and it probably felt like if Liz Sennett could be killed, then no one was safe. But by a stroke of sheer luck, the Colbert County Sheriff's Department received a lead. A member of Charles's congregation contacted the authorities. They had somehow come across a Valentine's Day card that was addressed to Charles. But it wasn't from Liz. It was from a different woman. This woman was a member of Charles's church too, and was also a close friend of the Sennett family. Immediately, the investigators brought the woman in for questioning, and she confirmed what the Valentine's Day card had implied. According to author Tim Kent, who wrote Murder from the Pulpit, the woman lawyered up, presumably after confirming the affair and admitting that Charles had borrowed money from her. Detectives could also have gotten a warrant for bank records, though. But now they knew for sure that Charles was cheating on Liz with this woman. Detective Ronnie May could now view his interactions with Charles on the day of Liz's murder in a different light. He could see clearly how Charles had seemed especially shocked when they realized that Liz still had a heartbeat. According to May, Charles almost fell at the news. In total, the authorities brought Charles in for questioning 3 times. The first 2 times, he denied any involvement in his wife's death. But according to the authorities, Charles's story kept changing. But that's pretty typical. It's hard to remember specific details at specific times. I'm not sure the deputies or sheriffs really thought Charles was involved until this 3rd questioning, because this time, when the officer spoke to Charles, they weren't messing around. They told Charles they knew about his affair, and they knew that he had borrowed $3,000 from his girlfriend in the weeks leading up to Liz's death. Charles agreed, yes, he had an affair, and yes, he had borrowed that money, but he wouldn't tell the officers what he had spent it on, and he denied that he had been involved in Liz's murder. But the detectives were not having it. By the end of it, they told Charles that he was a suspect, and they arranged for him to undergo a polygraph test the following week. Still, Charles was adamant that he didn't do it. He didn't kill his wife. But as he stood up to leave, one of the interrogating officers made one final comment. The officer said something along the lines of, "I wonder if Charles knows Kenny Smith." And according to Officer Ronnie May, Charles's face turned beet red.
Whoa!
Kenny Smith, who we'll get to momentarily, was known as a bad actor in the Colbert County area. And Kenny wasn't above taking money in exchange for murder. It was Friday, March 20th.
Damn. So he and so I bet you right before, because they said he was supposed to come for a polygraph test in a week. I bet you that's when he was like, yeah. I'm not going to that polygraph test.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Wow.
I can't believe that. And then he fell to his knees when he found out she was still alive.
I bet he was wondering if she was able to speak and say anything. He might have thought right then, oh, it's over. because she can tell him who did this. Even though she didn't and couldn't, you wouldn't know that.
So they were on to Kenny. They were on to Kenny Smith pretty damn quick.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's a preacher. You're not going to think, just like you're not going to think that, you know, somebody, you're not going to think the worst of anybody, especially in a position like that. You're going to think the best.
Right.
So you're going to be like, oh, you know, morals and, you know, this and that. And then, yeah, not so much.
Wow.
That's crazy, man. But yeah, I mean, shit. It doesn't give them a right to use the execution method that they don't even know is going to work for sure.
Right.
So,
Right.
Yeah, that's why they don't use polygraphs in court, Iris, because they're not. They never have. Because they're not. They just any good liar can fake one.
Right.
You know, it's all about the heartbeat and the blood pressure and all that other your medical stuff, which doesn't always. It's not 100. If it was, they'd be allowing.
Yeah.
Polygraphs. Yes, the usual suspects are usually the spouse. You got to look deeper than that, though. What I'm saying is when it's a preacher, that's why LE the first couple times is like, yeah, they're probably not thinking. You got to go beyond the surface. That's
Right.
a prominent, you know, just like somebody else mentioned in chat. Why do people of these prominent positions do these things? You're in a prominent position, Iris. So when you're in a prominent position, you're thought of even less of being able to commit the crime when you are the spouse because of the position. Not that you're a spouse, because every spouse, they even said it in this program. You watch any of these justice programs, it's always the spouse is the number one. You know, we've all known that. It's when you look beyond the surface and you're going to the profession and you're going, which is probably why the first two, they were, you know, he was like thinking he was getting away with it. Then when they found out about the insurance policy and they found out about the affair, that's when they were like, yo, we're not messing around, dude. We gave you the benefit of the doubt.
Right.
Because you're
Right.
supposed to be a man of God, right? You're
Yeah.
supposed to be farther than the normal person from committing that crime than
Right.
being, you know what I mean? It's below the surface.
Sure.
Below the surface.
Well, and I think too, what everybody said about their relationship, even the kids are like, oh, they were the perfect couple, you know, and it seemed on the surface that they had a great relationship. So, you know, when the police are interrogating or, you know, questioning him, they're going to have that. I'm sure Tuscumbia, I just vacationed in Tuscumbia actually 2 years ago. I went up there for a few days. And so I'm familiar with the area. And, you know, it's crazy though. You know, you're in that community and that small town, you know, atmosphere, and everything looks great. Of course, the cops are going to say, oh, well, it couldn't have been, you know, it couldn't have been the pastor.
Right.
They got along great. We never saw them fighting.
You're already
you know.
thinking they're farther away than the normal human being. You know what I mean? And listen, this isn't the Iris. Come on now. This isn't the first preacher that's been involved in a crime. And come on. And to think that nobody can't commit it doesn't matter what profession. It doesn't
Exactly.
matter. You know, I wouldn't even have a true crime talk show if I've never heard of all of these other professions doing these crimes. You know what I mean? I probably wouldn't be successful at a true crime show if I didn't know about the typical, you know, spouses being the usual suspects and any profession could commit it. Just because you're a profession doesn't mean that there's not a crime that can't be committed.
Absolutely.
Yeah, then you shouldn't even be on YouTube. You should do more. You know?
May 5th, 1988. that Charles spoke
Hello.
with the authorities for the third and final time. He didn't take the news well that he was now a suspect. Afterwards, he got in his pickup truck and drove to a family member's house. There, his sons Chuck and Mike and their families were gathered. After Charles arrived, he told his two sons that he had cheated on their mother with this woman from the church.
Yeah, he had
Right
to admit it.
away, Chuck and Mike were met with a whirlwind of feelings.
Yep,
Mike
to.
told American Monster, "I'm mad. My emotions were running. You just lost your wife, and now you're having an affair. You're a preacher, man of the cloth. You're not supposed to be doing that."
Nope.
But Charles wasn't done yet. He had more to tell his two sons. He told them that he was to blame for their mother's death. And then he walked out of the house. He climbed into the front seat of his truck.
So he did admit it too. Wow, and he did it. He did it with right in front of his fucking what?
After Charles arrived,
She said his three. Hold on. She
His
said
sons, yeah.
three sons.
it was Friday, March 25th, 1988, that Charles spoke with the authorities for the third and final time. He didn't take the news well that he was now a suspect. Afterwards, he got in his pickup truck and drove to a family member's house. There, his sons Chuck and Mike and their families were gathered. After Charles
And the families.
Oh,
you
and yeah.
serious?
Wow.
And then he told them all, yes, I've cheated on your mom, and yes, I am responsible. And then what?
arrived, he told his two sons that he had cheated on their mother with this woman from the church. Right away, Chuck and Mike were met with a whirlwind of feelings. Mike told American Monster, "I'm mad. My emotions were running. You just lost your wife, and now you're having an affair. You're a preacher, man of the cloth. You're not supposed to be doing that." But Charles wasn't done yet. He had more to tell his two sons. He told them that he was to blame for their mother's death.
Wow.
And then he walked out of the house. He climbed into the front seat of his truck and picked up his .22 caliber gun and shot himself in the head.
Wow.
Right there?
With all of those families, too.
Oh my God. Oh my God. He didn't even go anywhere else. He just, oh my God.
That wasn't even his house. It was a family friend's house. He went there, his two sons and all the family. And he straight up admitted. Can you imagine what they thought when they were all sitting there? And he was like, yeah, and I'm also... one of your sons is getting mad at you, screaming. And then you were like, but I'm also responsible for her death. I can't imagine. And then the dude just walks out and does that. Oh my Lord. Right? Moonlight? Selfish fucking bastard, right?
Yeah, absolutely. 100%. Yeah.
This is...
Wow.
Mike heard the blast, and then they watched.
Go ahead, sorry.
I mean, yeah, selfish to do it right there in the driveway. You know, not only have you just dropped this bombshell that's devastating, emotionally devastating, and said you're responsible and the family's got to be reeling, and then you go right outside in the dang driveway and where they hear the shot.
What's it like in March? What's it like in the middle of March towards April in Alabama? What's the average?
It depends on the year, but I would say it would at least be in the 50s, maybe 60s.
So there might have even been fucking kids out there playing in their yards.
Oh,
and
yeah.
shit.
Possibly, yeah.
Man. Yeah, impacting all the lives inside. Who knows what neighbor was washing their car? Who knows what kids were outside playing? Because it's 88. There's a lot of kids playing outside, riding bikes, skateboards. Yo.
In the head. Chuck and Mike heard the blast, and then they watched as their father closed his eyes for the very last time. Only 1 week after they lost their mother.
They watched. Oh man.
Later,
So they were probably following him outside.
Yeah.
And he just hurried. I wonder after he said that they were going to try and hold him for the cops. And he just fucking was like, yep, I'm going to my truck real quick. Lock the door. Because they probably don't know. Everybody's in shock. They're just probably going, whoa, your brain's processing. Did we just really fucking hear that? So you're really, before you can move a muscle, you're just like processing what the hell you just heard that you never thought you would ever hear in your damn life, because he is a man of the damn cloth.
Yeah. And I don't think, just based on culture, I don't think they were holding him for the police, but I think,
No,
when
I'm
he
not
said
saying
that
they
and
were.
walked the door, I think they were just like, hey, you can't just drop this bombshell and leave.
Yeah,
Like, what
they
do
were
you
like,
mean?
yeah, wait. And then he just, and he just went in the truck. He didn't start it. So to them, they're probably just like, what the hell's going on? Like,
Exactly.
they're not even thinking that he's going to grab a freaking rifle. And the
Yeah.
dude just, man, what a fucking piece of shit. I'm sorry. That's crazy, man. And then you do that in front of all them people.
Wow.
The authorities found a note in Charles's pocket. While the contents of this note have not been released verbatim, Officer Buddy Aldridge told reporters that the note indicated the following: that Charles had never hurt his wife, and that he had gotten in with some bad guys, and he did not want to cause the family any more embarrassment. Just like after Liz's death, Officer Ronnie May was one of the first people to arrive at the scene of Charles's death.
Yeah, so he didn't admit it. He just admitted he got into some bad guys, but he didn't do it. So he really didn't admit it.
No. Not like I set this up.
Right. I got involved with some bad, so they're not going to be running out thinking, I got involved with some bad guys. I didn't do it. Man.
Wow.
Also, just like with Liz, Ronnie rode with Charles in the ambulance on the way to the Helen Keller Memorial Hospital. Again, he was hoping that Charles would say something, that in Charles's final words, he might explain what he meant when he said he was to blame for Liz's murder. But he didn't say anything, and the doctors at the hospital declared Charles dead at 6:40 p.m. Liz Sennett's murder case was already high profile in this area of Alabama. A pastor's wife being horribly bludgeoned and stabbed to death was scandalous enough on its own. But after Charles's suicide, this case's publicity shot into the stratosphere. There was a sense of disbelief, like this was all a TV show, not real life. And the 200 members of Charles's congregation were devastated. They had known Charles. They had known Liz. How could any of this have happened? Charles's associate pastor, Gerald Sockwell, told the Alabama Journal that the whole situation, quote, has got us all torn up. But even though it seemed like Charles's suicide meant that he was involved in Liz's murder, it still wasn't clear who had actually killed Liz. Charles couldn't have. He was with other people at different locations. And of course, someone else's hair strands were found at the crime scene. So, due in part to the massive publicity this case was getting, Alabama Governor Guy Hunt advertised a $10,000 reward for any information about Liz's murder. That's about $26,000 in today's money. On March 29, 1988, an anonymous female called the Colbert County Sheriff's Department. She asked about the reward, and Officer Ronnie May directed her to make the call through Crime Stoppers to receive the money.
No, he did not request for nitrogen gas. Here's the link to Andrea Burkhart's Twitter. Conscious suffocation. It's something that he's going to be the first one. So that's what they're planning on doing, and it's after a failed, without getting too much into it. It's after a failed attempt in 2022, but they're choosing to do this, and it's not even proven. And it's not even had studies. And the Veterinary Association doesn't recommend any other animals that it is performed on because of the effects that takes place when it comes to the panic and the opportunity for seizures.
So she did. And then the anonymous tipster told Ronnie Mae and other relevant officers exactly who was responsible for Liz's death. And it wasn't just one person, it was 3, none of whom were Charles Sennett, though his hand.
Yeah, I'm sure they do, just like Oklahoma and the other state. If you're going to vote it in, usually when you vote something in, you already have the protocols that go with it, because that's one of the important things when things get voted, is that all of that information is in there before it even gets voted. So is there there's got to be protocols in your profession, right, Silky, when it comes to using different types of
Oh yeah, absolutely.
You know what I mean? With
Yeah.
anything. So yeah.
Yeah.
Of course there's going to be protocols. I don't see how it would pass to become in availability if there wasn't any protocols with it. Why can't you overdose? Like, I don't know. I'm not sure why they're even using this method, yo.
You can with morphine. I thought about that earlier. I mean, I don't know what kind of death that would be, but certainly you can, because large doses of morphine suppress your breathing anyway.
Yeah, you're breathing.
Yeah.
But you're still suffocating. You know?
Yeah, I know. I mean, I don't know. Like, are you? I mean, I'm allergic to morphine.
You fall out of consciousness.
Yeah.
But you are still suffering, so it doesn't mean that your brain isn't going to wake up for a split second or two to experience that before it's too late anyway.
Well, I tell you this about morphine from personal experience, and because when I had surgery, I had a pretty major surgery like a long time ago, and I didn't know. It's not a true allergy. I put morphine down as an allergy because and I've heard this from other people, when they were sedating me with morphine, what happened was, I mean, now this is not during the surgery, but this is post-op. I am unable to move my body or to speak. I mean, it's like paralysis. But I could hear, I knew everything that was going on, and I was in severe pain. It was not touching the pain, but it paralyzed me. And it was a horrific, God, it was horrific. And I couldn't tell anybody. And so, now as a nurse, I've wondered how many times has that happened with patients who did pass away and never could tell us that they, like, look, it was one of the worst experiences. So, I mean, yes, morphine can kill you, but, you can also have this side effect. I've met a lot of people who, like me, didn't know that morphine would do that to them. They had the same thing, paralysis, but you know what's going on and you have the pain still. Yeah. So maybe that's why they don't use morphine. I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know. It's just, you shouldn't even be. There's got to be other fucking ways, man.
Oh, I would think
there's got to be other fucking ways. We're supposed. I don't know. Yeah, they would have to have. That's what we're saying. They would have to have protocols in place in order for it to be used already. I doubt they're gonna vote it in if they don't. Yeah, here, you can use it. We don't care how you use it, but it's not getting voted in.
But then I was thinking in one of the articles that we were looking at that they weren't going to give a sedation drug with that.
Yeah, they're not.
I
Because,
mean,
yeah, they're saying normally, a preferable method would be to use sedation and then, which, yeah. You know what I
well,
mean?
that's
you're
what they
trying,
do. Yeah, with lethal
but not with him.
injection.
Not with him.
Yeah, see, this makes no sense because
That's
even with
Alabama.
lethal, well, yeah, I mean, but even with lethal injection, there is a series of drugs. It's the potassium that stops your heart, but you do get sedation drugs, to relax you, to whatever. It is pretty humane. I mean, I've never obviously been executed, but the combination of drugs that they do in regular lethal injection has that component. So I don't understand why they wouldn't use that component with nitrogen.
Well, maybe they sedate them enough to where they're still awake, so they know for sure. But put the motherfucker to sleep,
Yeah.
Hook him up to the Michael Jackson milk and fucking put the dude to sleep, put the dude to sleep. And then if it takes, time, I don't know. There's got to be something else. There's got to be, instead of what they're about to do. There's got to be. I'm not finding much on this, actually. Really, I've been looking as we've been listening to this, and I'm not really finding much on it. Wait, what's up? Meow.
Hey, meow.
Yeah, I mean, seriously though, yeah, you're gonna sedate people because you want them to be. You don't want them to be all tense and fighting you and all that shit. You want to be like, oh, okay, they're still looking, but like you said, they're not really even saying anything. But no, put them to sleep. Just put them to sleep and then do the execution.
Yeah.
Because you're doing the same thing anyway. You're giving them a lethal injection so that they pass away in a quick period of time. Like that. You're doing the same thing. So really, it would probably be the same amount of time period to put them to sleep before you execute them. I'm sure they're going to get the same effect of, oh, I'm getting drowsy.
Yeah.
And then they fall asleep. It's the same damn thing.
I mean, I guess the way that they're explaining it, though, of not giving sedation drugs, that's what's bothering me.
Surgery.
Yeah.
Like surgery. Yeah, just make them go to sleep and then execute.
Yeah.
It's the same damn thing. That's going to happen when they get the other shit. What's up, Sandra? I don't know. I just don't. This whole... Because what happens if the wife, even if it's the victim's family and they see somebody having a seizure and dying with a seizure, that's still a traumatic. Even if it's the person that committed the crime, that's still tragic for you to freaking see it.
Oh, yeah.
Even if it's the person that committed the crime, you're watching them have a fucking seizure because their brain doesn't have enough oxygen when it was supposed to be like this.
Yeah,
Are they going to forget that? No, they're not going to forget seeing it.
No, and like I said, it's not that I'm sympathetic, but at the same time, don't torture somebody. Jeez.
Yeah, so here's the link to that. And I'm not really, I haven't really found too much on it. I don't even know. Maybe I'll do like a half and half or something, because I only see like maybe an hour and a half of content, maybe an hour. There's not much on it.
No.
Just some articles and a couple YouTube videos. Other than that, I wasn't even, I don't know, I wasn't even finding local news clips about the shit.
I know, that's what I was on here Googling too, looking back for articles, from back in the day. Or even, there's a ton of stuff about the situation right now, but not the history, you know.
Yeah, there's nothing. So I'm not sure how much.
Wow.
But this is something else we were going to cover today. And like I said, if you want to watch the rest of that video, again, it's Southern Fried True Crime. Here's the link to that again. Now, this is something that took place. This is, I think, an article that just came out yesterday. Okay, so it came out yesterday. And this is about... now, I haven't even checked any of this out, so I don't know much when it comes to this crime here. KC man unaware of search efforts for 3 friends whose bodies went undiscovered in his yard for 2 days.
Yeah.
So I don't even know anything about this. So if you guys do and you guys have anything you want to send to me, please do. We'll be getting into this for a little bit.
Yeah, I just saw the headlines and I didn't even listen to it. I saw those headlines and that was it.
Yeah, that's all I've seen here. I just got a couple things. It's got all the guys standing. This is from last week's game. It says a lawyer for Jordan Willis says that 37-year-old David Harrington left, 36-year-old Clayton McGeeney, center, and Ricky Johnson to the right arrived at his client's home after a football game on January 7th. After a football game. What? And that's the best picture you can come up with? Like, that is such a... it's such a shitty picture. All right, it says... Let me see here. A lawyer for Jordan... This is yesterday. A lawyer for Jordan Willis tells Inside Edition Digital he does not know the timing or manner of their deaths, nor does he know how or when they exited his house. He had no knowledge that they remained in his backyard.
Wow.
A Missouri man thrust into the spotlight after his 3 friends were found dead in his backyard 2 days after they were last seen by family members, is speaking out through his attorney. It says the lawyer for Jordan Willis tells Inside Edition Digital that his client had absolutely nothing to do with the deaths of 38-year-old Ricky Johnson, 37-year-old David Harrington, and 36-year-old Clayton McGee, whose bodies were discovered on January 9th at the home Willis rents in Kansas City. A spokesperson for the Kansas City Police Department previously told Inside Edition Digital that there were no obvious signs of foul play observed at or near the crime scene, and stressed that this is 100% not being investigated as a homicide. A spokesperson for the KCPD also said there have been no arrests or charges in connection, and noted that no one has been taken into custody. So they think that
Well, how did they die then?
all 3 of them, the 3 men arrived at Willis's house on Saturday, January 7th, sometime after that night's football game between the Kansas City Chiefs and the LA Raiders had concluded. That it was damn cold, Joe. It was damn cold in Missouri.
Yeah.
Last week. The game, which saw the Chiefs defeat the Raiders, ended at approximately 9 p.m. You're talking sub-temps. What happened next remains a mystery to everyone, including Willis, according to his lawyer.
Wow.
In Kansas City, so it was fucking cold as shit. Jordan had absolutely nothing to do with their deaths. Let me get to chat here for a second. The lawyer said he got them to front door, then he fell asleep, so there was another person in the house who was with the 3 guys? What? No one leaves out the back door, but... What's up, Sandra? Fifth person. 69. Thank you. What's up, Superior? What the hell? They said like 30 mean kids walked to school. They said it was like 30. I don't know. Was it really 30 in Kansas City? I thought it was like fucking, even down in Texas, I thought they were getting like into the single digits and shit. They froze to death. I don't see how all three of them could have froze. I would see one of them fucking getting help.
Yeah.
The fourth friend who was there left but not named. So he went to bed at a later part of the party and left his friends in his home. They were gone in the morning. He works from home and they were in the back.
Good God.
You got a new laptop? Uh-oh. If he went to bed, then it's likely the whole party. He was the only one who went to bed. Fifth person went home. But they said there was no signs. 100% this is not being investigated as a homicide. There was no signs of foul play. How? I don't understand that.
I don't either. I mean, and how her, I mean, okay, well, women are different, but I mean, we would have at least one of the friends, it seems like you would have texted them and said, you know, hey, what time did y'all leave? Everybody okay? Everybody get home okay? Maybe it's a Southern thing. Maybe it's a female thing, but we definitely would have been texting each other. And if you didn't hear from somebody, you know, fairly soon, you'd be like, what the heck? And calling around. I mean, you would think. That's just the way we do things.
I don't know. I'm just, I don't understand it. Like, you got three people. It's not like it was fucking minus 30 or something. You know, yes, you can have damage from those temperatures, frostbite, hypothermia, things like that, but that stuff takes time. That takes time. So I could see like maybe one. But I don't see how, you know, and then if there was one guy that was there, okay, and then maybe there was some kind of substance stuff going on, right? But when it comes, but nowadays when it comes to people having ODs and such, there's amnesty laws. I mean, it's 2024. I wonder if Missouri has it, or even Kansas City itself has an amnesty law, because most people do nowadays, because of all the deaths from those types of substances and how many of them have been taking place in the last 10 years. Most people are pretty caught up, like, yo, this is something where, you know, if we need Narcan, you know, hey, we don't care what the hell's there. We care that you're calling help for the person that we could probably save. That's why they come up with the amnesty law. So I would have to wonder, does Missouri or even Kansas City itself have an amnesty law when it comes to ODs? Because to me, it sounds like it could be OD, but damn, all three of them, yo, what'd you do? Like tap up each one of them? I don't know. It almost makes me think like they were, like somebody mentioned in chat, like they were poisoned. You have no signs. There's 100% not a homicide.
I mean, I guess the only thing I can think, CJ, that could have naturally happened is if
Yeah.
they were drinking, not necessarily any other substances, but they were
Right.
drinking, because it thins your blood, but then
Beer.
you feel hot, even though so if they felt hot and they like took their coats off or whatever, or they were just sitting outside because they felt like they were burning up, and then knowing they had a lot to drink, they just kind of think they were passing out. Like, I mean, I don't know.
Well, I
That's
mean,
the only
just
thing I can
think of the
think.
date. Think of the date rape drugs. You know, you fucking
Yeah.
barely have to even drink anything, and you're fucking, you're just where the fuck ever, and you don't even remember that shit. That's why they call it date rape. I mean, you got 3 people, no signs of, for the investigators to think, what, for him to say 100% not a homicide. And then you got 3 people, no signs at the crime scene, outside of the crime scene, near the crime scene. To me, it says they had to be poisoned, and they don't know yet because the autopsies haven't been performed. And I'm sure there's chemicals out there. That's probably, if somebody put in, he got a new laptop, maybe he did, and that's probably what he was searching. The chemicals to unalive somebody without it showing up on a damn autopsy. You mix that shit
Possible.
with some beer. Hey guys, here's a picture. Yeah, we're drinking. And the next thing you know, they all just...
Yeah, unless they were just really, really drunk and being at a party at a house, and they could be really drunk, stumbled out, passed out, and hypothermia. I don't know. That's what
Yeah.
I'd love to know. What the autopsy or whatever says. Was it hypothermia? What was there any drugs in their system? I mean,
Nah.
dang.
No, it can't. Not 3 of them. I could see one person.
Yeah.
I could see one person freaking walking off, getting, not 3 of them. Not 3 of them all at the same time, where not one of them is able to get some help. That's what's fishy to me. And then you got the 5th guy. That I haven't seen a name about this 5th guy in the article. I probably should read the rest of it here. Hold on. Jordan had absolutely nothing to do with their clients, Paserno said in that statement to Inside Edition Digital. He does not know the timing or manner, nor does he know how or when they exited the house. He had no knowledge that they remained in his backyard or needed medical attention. When asked to clarify his statement, Paserno says that the 3 men were still at Willis's home that night when his client went to bed. Paserno also said in a statement that Willis did not know about the efforts of family and friends to locate the men in the days before their bodies were discovered. Really?
That was my other question. Like,
You were
why
the last
aren't?
person.
Yeah. Why are people not looking for these guys? Why are they not calling the last place they were? Like, if I assume some of these men were either married or in a relationship, and I mean, you don't come home, why are you not calling and taking the person's house that they were at, or going over there? Like, hey, that's weird to me.
Listen
how
to
you gonna
this.
lay out there? Okay.
Memory says they're not releasing the 5th person's name, and the 5th person is not a suspect. What the fuck? So what? So he's got to be a witness. They're not releasing his name. He's not a suspect, so he's got to be a witness, and he's got to be helping them with whatever the events were that night. Just because you're at a football game doesn't mean you were partaking in the events of some sinister fuck.
Unless they knowingly added something to their drinks or took something, he might not have had anything to do with it. I mean, what if they were adding stuff into their drinks? What if they were,
I can't say. Well, as of right now, they're not naming him, but when I don't know, when that's how you come out of the gate with this case and you're trying to blame it on hypothermia and alcohol.
I mean,
One of
it's
them.
happened, but yeah, that's the part that gets me. Hypothermia and alcohol, bad combination. I think Meow said that earlier. And yes, people certainly have passed away from things like that. But all three of them, that is a little odd.
Yeah,
you know?
everything's a possibility. You could pass away by having too many Reese's cups, you know?
Yeah.
But the fact that three of them, the homeowner is a scientist too. Oh shit! The fact that you got three of them, fucking, it just one of them would listen. Even if two of them were like, oh, there's gonna be one that's y'all got cell phones. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
you can walk up, hey, but man, we need help. Hey, we need help. We need help. Like, 911. Like, there's so many different. I don't know, man. Something don't make sense. Two people came into his house. However, he did not hear them as he sleeps with earbuds and lounge fat. So two people came to his house to look for the bodies. He didn't know anybody was doing the searches, and he couldn't hear because he sleeps with earbuds and a loud fan. One of those people, the wife of one of the deceased, tried to reach him via Facebook Messenger. Unfortunately, he did not see the message until after the police contacted him. Yeah, I don't think he wanted to see the fucking message. And while the cars of the two men were parked outside of the home, so they were not parked in the driveway, Willis did not notice the vehicles. His attorney said it would not be usual for his friends to have left their cars there overnight if you're drinking too much. A spokesperson for the KCPD said last week that the police officers spoke with the resident at house after they arrived at the scene on January 9th. Paserno confirmed in his statement that Willis was home when police arrived and said that his client allowed them into the house, told them all he knew, and voluntarily consented to a search of his home. And as Inside Edition Digital previously reported, police were called to the scene after the fiance of Clayton McGeeney broke into the home on the... What? She broke into the dude's home?
Wow. See, I was going to say, when it said the wife was trying to reach him by Facebook Messenger, look,
yeah,
wives are the best detectives in the whole world when it comes to your husband. I mean, we can find out anything. And if...
Uh-oh.
I would... If no one had messaged me back, I would have found, you know where they work, at least who they work for, something. I would have been calling the police. That's the first thing I would have done. I would have been going to the house. Yeah, I would have broke in too. You're not going to answer the door? By God.
I mean, you call the cops. They came out there. The cops came out there. And then she broke into the home later that night. I don't know if I'd necessarily suggest anybody to do that. I mean,
Look,
the body was in the backyard, yo. Like, you broke into the house. Like, I get it, but
I mean, she might have thought that if he didn't answer her either, she might have thought that something happened to all of them. You know, she might have broken. I would have broken the house.
But
I sure would have.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I'd take my chances. I'd break in and check.
It said that they spoke with the resident after at the house on January 9th, so they'd already spoke to him.
But this party happened on the 7th, didn't it?
Yeah, but the police spoke to him on during the day of the 9th, and then the lady broke in after he already talked to the police. Like he was hiding the body inside the house or something. I mean, trust me, I understand. I'm not saying like you should detective work your fiance or whatever, but damn, the
I would
police
be.
were already there. They talked to him. Homeowner didn't acknowledge his fiance. Well, so what? You know what I mean? Like, he probably didn't give a shit about it. He already done speculation. He already done off 3 people. I don't think he's gonna care about acknowledging a fiance. Oh my
I don't
god.
know.
Because then
I don't know.
think about it.
I
If
can
you
see
do
me
that,
doing that.
but think about it. If you do that, then you're in jail for breaking and entering, and then how are you supposed to try and find truth and justice for your husband in a fucking jail cell? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you're not gonna be held that long. You can probably bond out if you're not a habitual criminal. You know, you can just say I
For
was
breaking and
terrified.
entering? For breaking and entering?
Well, I mean,
That's like one of my friends robbing a fucking bank because he was hungry. I'm not
no,
kidding.
but
Back in the day, when one of my fucking friends, I was 17, 18. And after he got out of prison, I was talking to him. I was like, what the fuck were you doing, man? He's like, I was hungry. I'm like, what, dude? Are you serious? He goes, I was hungry and I was broke.
well, I mean, I'm not saying breaking and entering isn't, a serious charge to some degree, but it wasn't like a robbery. She didn't go in there and steal anything. She just went in because she was concerned, saw his car out there. I think in a case, I mean, even a lot of murderers get bonded out. I mean, I think I'd just take my chances on bonding out. And I'm just saying, if I saw my fiance's car right there, I haven't seen him in 2 days, he's not answering, and this is the last place that I saw him, and this guy is not, giving me any information, not talking to me or nothing, yeah, I'm gonna break in your house.
So the police got involved after she broke in. Nothing was in the house, so she went to the back. She called police after she found on back porch. So there was somebody laying on the back.
Okay. So the police hadn't been there.
Well, hold on. Because why wouldn't they show up the next fucking day? Or he didn't answer the door. Let's see. 3 men, January 7th. Let's see here. 9th. It just says the 9th. So the police didn't even show up on the next day?
No.
If the wife was calling, why wouldn't the police show up? Because if your husband's car is right outside the fucking house and he's probably not answering the door for you because he's not answering your Facebook message, well then don't you think the police would be coming by to do a welfare check if your husband's fucking car is parked outside and that's the last place he was at?
Yeah,
The police isn't going to come?
Well, according to this article, that's the way I'm reading it too. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm reading it too, that everybody was trying to contact him and he wasn't answering. He sleeps with earbuds, whatever. Yeah, a lot of people do that. But people are blowing up your phone. You're not answering anybody. And then and they're blowing up your phone, you're not answering, and so they don't, according to the way I'm reading this article, the police did not come until she broke in his house.
Yeah. And like Memory says, wait, she broke in and then goes to the back? Usually it's the other way around. That's what I'm saying. Like, yo, come on now.
I'm just saying.
Don't be like my friend and rob a bank because you're hungry, all right? Because you know where he got busted at? Was the McDonald's across the street, yo.
Oh my god.
And the reason he didn't have to serve too much time is because he didn't use a weapon.
But I mean, okay, put yourself in her shoes,
They called him
CJ.
Yeah. Sorry.
Imagine your fiance was gone for 2 days, and you knew the last place that she was, and this guy will not answer. You can't find, you're not able to contact your fiance. She's missing for 2 days. This guy's not answering any text calls, whatever. He's not answering the door, and you see the car out there,
Right.
and you can't get anybody to the door.
So,
well, I mean,
and this is my question. So if you did call them out and they show up and they're not answering the door for the police, right?
no,
Then
but the police
poli-
came after.
No. I'm saying in a hypothetical.
Oh, okay.
This is hypothetical. As she called. This is why this is where I'm coming from. I don't understand why nobody even went out there. Because if there's nobody answering the door, your husband's car's outside. That's the last place you seen your husband, or that's the last place you know your husband was at. The cops show up, because you think they would.
You'd think.
If nobody's answering the door, I don't even know if like you said, I don't even know if something happened to the homeowner. We don't know if somebody came in there and lit the place up. So don't you think that if the cops would oh shit, nobody's answering the door, the vehicle's here, this is the last place her husband was at, something doesn't make sense, we need to do a welfare check. They come out there, nobody answers the door for the cops. The cops then think the same thing that maybe the fiance was thinking, shit, maybe everybody's in there. Then you search the property.
Right. That's what should have happened.
The fucking property.
Right. But if the police aren't gonna come out there and they're not gonna help you, and I've already said, like, look, I know where his car's at and he ain't answering, the police ain't helping me, I'm going in. That's me. I'm gonna bust the window out and I'm gonna see what the heck is going on.
So it was already, is that what they're claiming, that when she broke in it was a welfare check? I don't know. I haven't even read this whole article yet, so I don't know much.
But right there, it says, as Inside Edition Digital previously reported, police were called to the scene after the fiance of Clayton McGeeney broke into the home. So after she breaks in, then the police come.
Those friends also said that Willis and most of the men had been friends since high school. So they've all been high school buddies.
Yeah. So you're telling me these people didn't know each other? The fiancés, the wives, if they've been friends since high school, I mean, you might not hang out with them, but you certainly know, you probably have their number or something, something.
So she called the police after finding a body on the porch. Yeah, I just need to read this article. After finding a body on the porch, the KCPD spokesperson said police then discovered the 2 bodies in the backyard and classified it as an investigation. McGeeney's fiance was shocked to learn that Willis was home when the police arrived, according to the 2 women who knew the deceased. She is among the loved ones in search of answers which many hope will come after the medical examiner's report is released. So is Willis. Jordan is unaware of how his friends died, said Percerno in a statement to Inside Edition Digital. Like the rest of us, Jordan is anxiously awaiting the results of the autopsy and toxicology report. This past weekend was a difficult one for friends and family. Services for Johnson, McGeeney, and Harrington were held on Friday and Saturday and Sunday, respectfully.
See, I can even understand if it was hypothermia and alcohol. Even all 3 of them, that would be extremely odd. But even given that a pass, not responding to Facebook messages, text, calls, whatever, not answering the door, to me, that is what's like, what? Really?
Let's see here. This says mystery. So this is from a few days ago. Mystery, as police say they spoke with resident at the house the night 3 men were found in his yard and deck. Let's see, was alive and cooperative. There's still, so this is a few days ago. I'm just going to skim to see if there's anything kind of stated different. Okay, had not responded.
Yeah, had not responded to the family's calls. Why?
Yeah, you don't think he doesn't check his phone? Yeah.
Yeah.
Shady.
Definitely shady.
Let's see, responded to the back porch. No obvious signs of foul play. And one person stressed 100% not being investigated as a homicide. This was 5 days ago, though. All right, so it's got GoFundMe, interview with the WAF. So this one, Furious Friends. So this is from, this is from the 15th. So this is from 2 days before the article. And this one's from a week ago. Furious Friends demand answers after 3 men found dead at Kansas City home. 2 friends of the men say Ricky Johnson had all gone to the house to watch the Kansas City Chiefs game. No one had heard from them since that time. 2 days later, they were found. Monday night, they were discovered. Said that they all 3 had gone to the house on Saturday to watch the Kansas City Chiefs game. And when was the Kansas City game? Was it during the afternoon or was it in the evening? I think that was an evening game, wasn't it?
I don't know.
There was no answer to the door. So yeah, this is pretty much the... I'm trying to see if there's anything about this other person besides the homeowner, the 5th person, but because this is from the beginning, I'm wondering if it's got something in here about... Let's see, this man redacted was inside his home. Okay, so they're talking about the homeowner. This was a week ago. Now it's not redacted. They were all hanging out since after the game. He knew people were looking for them, wrote Kaylee Latier on Facebook. He read messages of people searching for him on Tuesday. My husband banged on his
door. Wow.
What? Your husband?
It must have been a friend of the friends.
What? Okay. My friend banged on his door and then busted a window and yelled and announced her presence while she's inside, and still nothing from him. Then the cops came 10 minutes later, and he comes out nonchalant in his boxers with an empty wine glass in hand.
Yeah, that's suspicious. So he didn't respond to everybody who's saying, "Hey, where's my husband? Where's my fiance?" But after she busted a window and yelled, then he calls the cops. Oh, somebody's broken into my home.
Whoa.
I guess he called. I don't know who called.
7. That person unalived themselves overnight, memory. We covered that in the beginning of the show. He's already passed. Jordan. Yeah, I'm not trying to find his name. I'm trying to see what what's up, AG? I'm trying to see what their story is, not necessarily what their personal. Because if they're not wanting it released, I don't really care to release it. Another friend made a similar claim on her Facebook. 3 men do not just go outside and freeze to death while the owner of the home, their friend, stays inside, and only when police show up come outside in boxers like you just been chilling for 2 days while your 3 friends are dead outside. Especially if somebody breaks in your house, announces themselves. Make noise here, people. This story is not okay. He had been contacted for over 24 hours prior about where our friends were, and also their cars still parked at his house, and didn't reply to anybody because he knew if he clicked on it, it would show red. The mother of David Harrington, Jennifer Marquise, told Fox 4 that the person living in the home allegedly told police that his friends froze to death. I'm furious. Everybody is furious, said Marquise. Nobody believes the story. None of his friends, none of the families. None of us believe. Inside Edition Digital reached out to the person living in the home. Yeah, so this was, like I said, a week ago. That's fucking crazy, man. I don't know.
That is.
When is this toxicology going to be coming out? That usually takes like what, 2 or 3 weeks? Is that when it comes out usually? Only takes one person to collaborate your story. Yeah, boxers and what's up?
Yeah.
Bro, somebody broke in your damn house and it was announcing themselves. If they're saying that you read messages of people searching, well, I just assume that they saw your little thing was online, not that you read their message, but they saw that your thing was online. So shit's crazy, man. That don't.
Yeah, the more that I look at this, the more sus. The more sus cakes this looks.
Yeah, something. It seems like they were like, if he's coming out like that.
Yeah.
I don't know. Just all 3 of them. It just doesn't. All 3 of them at the same time. I don't.
And then somebody's knocking on your door for 20 minutes and all this. Oh, and you've got your earbuds in and you've got a fan on, whatever, but I don't know. It seems really sus to me.
It does. Because you would think, even if somebody's about to have, go away or something, there's going to be one person that, I don't know. The guy that left said they were playing dice. Do they look like, I don't know. Who knows?
I don't know either.
Yeah. I bet that's why they're saying that they know that he was reading the posts, because they probably felt he was reading the posts that were being posted just because he was online.
Yeah, that's what I think.
And was announced today. Okay, because this one, because on this article from, I think it was from yesterday. Let me see. No, it's not that one. Yeah, from yesterday. So now they're releasing it, because according to this one, they weren't. They weren't going to release the name. So they released it now?
So I'm gonna have to look at this on Reddit. There's all that, like, I hope I got time to research anything today.
It's something. Don't forget there were 5 guys there. Yeah. One was upstairs and one left. Yeah, the one homeowner, one guy that left, and then the 3 that passed. That's what we've been reading. I don't know. Something fishy. Something fishy.
Yeah, I mean, it's not beyond believability that, everybody's tired and the guys are like, still drinking, and the homeowner's like, I got to work tomorrow. Well, they said the game was on a Saturday, so I mean, but still, somebody could go to bed. I've gone to bed and left people in my house. Like, I'm tired. Y'all just, but, I'm usually in contact with them the next day. Hey, just checking on you, make sure you got home all right. Or certainly if I was getting messages, I would respond. That's what's sus. And the whole nonchalant attitude. Oh, well, you didn't, like, somebody's dead on your back porch. You didn't even see your back porch in 2 days. I don't know. But then, oh, well, it's every excuse. You see, it's just the excuses are piling up. Well, I sleep with earbuds. Well, I work from home. I wasn't answering. Okay, but you don't work 24 hours a day. At some point, it's your phone with messages on it.
Mm-hmm.
You don't just, you don't not see a message, especially a text message. Maybe you wouldn't, like, my phone alerts me to everything, Facebook messages, whatever. But, a text, your phone is going to alert you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, who knows? Maybe they got so intoxicated that the dude did fucking sleep it off for a day. I mean, I know I've been intoxicated plenty of times. I fucking slept the whole day after. You know what I mean? And
yeah,
sure. Got up. It was just to go to the bathroom and take a sip of water because I'm dehydrated and go right back to fucking bed. I mean,
well, yeah, sure, I can see that, but you're telling me. But then that's that first day. But then you're telling me even the second day he couldn't have looked out his front door, because even if the cars weren't parked in his driveway, they were there on the street. So you could not have looked out. You didn't look out your front door or your back door.
I'm not saying because of that there's no suspicion. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying I've been drunk where I've slept for a day. It does.
Yeah.
I'm not saying the dude's not. No, this shit's suspicious as hell. My mind has not changed 3 minutes ago from what I was saying 3 minutes ago. But I can see how somebody slept for a whole day.
Yeah.
For sure. Who gets that drunk? HE. Hey, it was a hell of a game. It was a hell of a game. Hell, the last one. I missed the football games this weekend, but we'll be doing a Super Bowl show in a couple weeks for sure. I'm not missing that night. So I don't know. Let me see here. Let me see what else we got. We got some videos here about this. Let's see what they say. Let's see.
Of 3 men found dead outside of a Kansas City home following a Chiefs game. It's getting more and more attention and begging more questions about what happened.
Yeah, the person who owns that house says that his buddies just froze to death. Friends and family say the timeline is just one of the many details not adding up here. Kelsey
Ticket
Kernstein joins
76.
us
Thank
to help
you.
break it all down. Kelsey, what's the latest today?
Adrian Markey, good morning.
Oh yeah, that's what I was saying. It sounds like he was poisoned. I'm good on that, Kelly. I've been good on that show since the fake BK call about a year ago, so I'm good. No, thank you. I appreciate the suggestion. Thank you for the comment, but no, I will never. Sorry, can't do it. Can't do it.
So right now we are, of course, waiting for that autopsy and toxicology results. Those, of course, could take weeks. And the key issues that people want clarity on: why did these 3 men allegedly freeze to death? Why was the homeowner allegedly ignoring people banging on his door?
Wow.
And what evidence did police have to almost immediately rule out a homicide investigation? Now, here's what we know. On Sunday, January 7th, the 4 friends were at a home outside of Kansas City to watch the Chiefs game. Now, the game kicked off at 3:25 Central Time and ended almost exactly 3 hours later, according to a post on the team's social media. For the next 50 hours or so, loved ones heard nothing. A friend telling News Nation exclusively that, quote, early in the day on Tuesday, January 9th, the homeowner had seen messages from concerned relatives and was aware that at least 2 of the men had not made it home. Now, according to police, that night, one of the missing men's fiance showed up at the house. She banged on the door, but no one answered. So she broke in through the basement and found one of the men dead on the back porch. She then called police, who found 2 other men dead in the backyard. Now, the next morning, police then issued a statement saying they found no obvious signs of foul play, adding that a search warrant.
She just said that she broke in and then found the body. Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
What's
So it's
the
the
fucking
basement?
what's the fucking truth here? Did she break in and then find the body?
Or nothing. A friend telling News Nation exclusively that, quote, early in the day on Tuesday, January 9th, the homeowner had seen messages from concerned relatives and was aware that at least 2 of the men had not made it home. Now, according to police, that night, one of the missing men's fiance showed up at the house. She banged on the door, but no one answered. So she broke in through the basement and found one of the men dead on the back porch.
See, they're reporting it something different too. I don't know.
She then called police, who found 2 other men dead in the backyard.
Then called police. I don't know.
Now,
Something.
the next morning, police then issued a statement saying they found no obvious signs of foul play, adding that a search warrant wasn't required due to the homeowner's cooperation.
Okay, so see, this is where I'm confused. Now, I had people coming in saying, no, she didn't break in. She found the body, then called the police.
Okay, so it
Now
says
we're
she
hearing
broke
sa-
in the basement.
And then found the body. So it's like, did she break in first or not? You know what I'm saying?
I think she did. So maybe what they're calling the back porch is like, I don't know. Are
Like
they meaning the
influ- Does anybody have the address for this home? I'll go look on Google Maps. Like, let's look it up on Google Maps. Does anybody have the address for this home? I mean, yeah, we know she broke in, but that's what I was stating in the beginning, and then a whole bunch of people are saying, no, she called the cops first, then found the bodies, then broke in, not broke in, then found the bodies. Like, which is it? Because I'm hearing 2 different things. I'm hearing she broke in and then found the bodies, and I'm hearing she found the bodies and then broke in. We know she broke in because she broke in either one of those situations. It's the bodies. She broke in and found. So I need to see a picture of this fucking house. I'm so fucking confused right now with finding the body here, but not breaking in, but breaking in, and what? I need to see this. Let me see. Hold on.
What is his name? His last name is Willis. What was his first name? It starts with a J.
This don't make no damn sense. Hold on. I'm trying to get back to that news article. Let's see. I lost the original one. Shit.
Let's see if this one gives. Let me put my glasses on because I can't see squat without them. Let's see. It's all it says here is
Willis.
Oh wait, it happened. Wait. No. Wait. Family member. It happened at a rental home near Northwest 83rd Terrace and North Overland Drive in Platte County, and that was in Kansas City. Or it says Kansas City's
Thank you,
Northland.
Caddy found it. Thank you,
Did she?
Caddy.
Okay.
Yeah. 1 second. Can you drop it in mod chat, Caddy? Yeah, we know they found the 2 in the backyard after. That's not what I'm wondering.
Let's see here.
Let's see here.
Okay, I'm going to send you this article that I'm reading from Fox 4 in Kansas City, CJ, because it has a few more details. Oh, you do? Okay, it's got a few more details.
From updated today. Okay, so here's the home. Let me see. Overland Drive. Let me look up this damn home. Thank you, Caddy. Here, let me flip our screen too.
So this article says that he didn't hear the fiance break in and scream his name, but he did hear the police knock on the door.
Yeah, because he supposedly had a loud fan and earbuds.
So who called the police? Did she break in the house and call the police and say, hey, Y'all wouldn't do anything, so I just broke in a dang house. You think you can come here? I
I
mean,
don't. It don't make no fucking sense. Hold on.
this
Is
says it could be weeks
Yeah.
before they get the results.
Oh yeah, it could be months even. Where'd that go? Okay, here we go.
Yeah, let's look at this house. Thank you, Caddy. So it's Overland and Terrace. Is that what it was?
Okay, so it's 5301. Wow, these look like nice fucking
Yeah,
homes.
this is a nice neighborhood.
Okay, 5301. It's not. So it's this house right here?
No,
Is it
it's
this one?
pink. No, I don't think so. I think it's a pinkish looking house. Isn't that
'Cause
what they just showed?
I'm at 501.
Oh, well,
I'm at 5311. It says it's right. I'm looking at my Google guy. It says it's. Is this Northwest 83 Terrace? Yeah. It's saying it's this right here. Yeah.
Okay.
Wait. 5305. So where's. Is it up here? Is this? No, because it's not. No, that's not it. It's giving me the. That's not on. That's on a different street. Wait. Is this
Jordan.
both the same fucking street?
Well, it said
Northwest.
yeah, it's on the corner, I think.
Oh, hold on. Because this is Overland. Even though it says Northwest 83 Terrace right here, it's not. It's Overland. It's Overland Drive. This is so it's probably this house right here then, I bet. No. That's a different number. Okay, I put in the address and it didn't even. Garage is on the side. It is blurred.
Yeah, let me get my glasses back on.
Because I put in 5300. Or wait.
Okay.
Oh wait,
This
that's not
house.
the house.
This
What's the
house
house
is.
address number? It's not 5300. It just gave me 5300 because I put in Northwest 83rd. It just gave me a general. Does anybody?
I thought. Let me get back to where I was. Because I thought it was on the corner. Or right there at the corner. Let me find it. Where is it? It was just on here.
At a rental home near. Okay, so here's the home. Okay, so here's the home right here. All right.
Yes, that's the one it looks like. Yeah.
So
that's
it's got
I'm
like
reading.
tan on top, brick, and then a porch. All right, so tan on top.
Are they calling it? Is it because the garage is on the side? If you open the doors, it would be more like a porch, like going into the house. I mean, it's not really a porch, what I'd call a porch, but.
I'm sorry, what?
How did she break in?
You were cutting out.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I was thinking, are they calling it a porch sometimes? Because if you were to open both of those bay doors and to a basement that would be flat, maybe they would consider that sort of a porch. I mean, that's not what I call a porch, but it's not really a basement. It's a garage.
I'm trying to.
Because she said she broke in the garage doors.
Is it on 83 Terrace or is it on the other street?
Let's see.
Is it this one right here? No. Does anybody have like an actual address? Porch. Yeah, I mean, I got the picture of the house right here. I can see it right here. I just can't see it on the damn. What road is it? Is it the 83rd Terrace, or is it down this way then?
Let's see.
Yeah, that's where I'm at. I'm at 83rd Terrace and North Overland Drive. What's the specific address? Because I'm not seeing the house. I'm on 83rd Terrace in Overland. I'm walking up and down it. I don't see it. So is it further down? It's not at the corner. Or is it at the corner? I don't see it. It says right here, though. Right here in the north. Oh, we're blocking it. Here. It says right there. Is this it?
That looks like it to me. Yeah, that looks like it. Or at least that's the one in the article.
That's
I'm
it.
pretty sure. Yeah, that's it.
There's the picture. I just had to walk down even further. It's so anybody, how about this? From now on, 5208 Northwest 83rd Terrace. Instead of having people look at the fucking corner, 5201, something like that. There you go. Because hell, who would have thought it would have been all the way down here when it's saying at the corner? No wonder I couldn't find it. And you can tell from these structures on the
You would have thought the neighbors would have looked over there and seen somebody. Look how close they are.
Yeah.
The neighbors couldn't see bodies in the backyard? Dang.
So, all right. So now that we know where the house is located, now I'm going to look at the bird's eye view and I'm going to look at the backyard. So
it looks tiny.
There's a fence and it goes all the way up to the neighbor's property on that side. Oh, they did block that out, didn't they? There we go. And I need to remember this. 123. So once they blur out this house, we'll have the Google guide to check it out. Okay, so back here, they got a fence going up to the neighbor's property. Okay, so let me type in. I'm just going to go right here so I'm in front. So if I go here. So I'm just going to call it 52. There it is right there. 5208.
Yep.
All right. So let me do a bird's eye here.
So maybe they didn't park in the driveway because there were several of them and they didn't want to block anybody in. Maybe that's why they parked on the streets.
All right. Now that we have a house. Oh, wow. It's all covered by trees. All right, so let me go. Yeah, we ain't seeing shit there. Okay, so let me go back here. Let's see if we can see something from the highway. All right, so here's the back of the house. All right, there's a fence. That's weird. Why did it... So one picture it's broke and one picture it's not? Okay, that's weird. So right here, the fence is put together.
Yeah, I see where AG said she went in through the front window because the screen is laying on the ground. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay,
Yeah.
so that front window goes into the garage.
Hold on.
I bet that's the way it is.
Yeah, when you're looking at it, look, the... Hold on, let me... Is it showing the house? Yeah. Yeah, you can see it right there.
Yeah.
Hold on, I gotta get back to the... It went away. 1 second. Okay, so let me go back to the highway again. Now this is weird. Okay, so that pole is just blocking that open part of the fence. So is that on... I don't know. That should be his property because I think the neighbor's property line is still over more. It would be about probably right there. Because with that pole, you're still... Because the fence goes all the way up to the house.
Yeah.
And their property line is probably only just a short amount over.
Mm-hmm.
And so it looks like the whole backyard... Let's see. Ooh, look at this. We got a little bit of a better picture from this bump here. So there's windows. So that must be like a family room or some kind of room off to the side. You got it doesn't look like there's
Not that much
any
distance.
kind of... Well, but I don't see any coverings on that door, like the window door type thing.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I'm not seeing very many curtains. There's some blinds in here. I'm not really seeing anything on the windows. And it looks like it's got a bunch of brush back here. I don't know what that stuff's called.
I just realized what time it is, CJ. I'm gonna have to go pick my daughter up.
Okay.
Dadgummit. We're right in the middle of sleuthing too.
I gotta end it here in a few anyway. But no, thanks for hopping up.
All right, I'll try to catch you later. I've got some stuff I gotta do, but
yeah. And let me know. I wasn't finding very much on that other case, so
yeah, me either.
Let me know if you find something. But I might have to do a combo show tonight discussing this and Idaho too or something, because this is... I don't know.
There's several. We looked at several cases today that are definitely newsworthy and definitely worth looking into. The Kenneth Smith thing and this one. I didn't think it was going to be that big of a deal. Because, everything I heard, oh, well, he's not guilty. They're just, passed away in his backyard. But this definitely looks sus cakes to me. So, yeah. All right. Let me just tell, if you're watching from my channel, please hop on over to CJ's because I am going to have to go. But thanks for having me on, CJ. We had a good time, as always.
Yeah. I appreciate you. Thank you. Be careful, too.
All right. Bye-bye.
See you later. I wonder, can I change the date? Is there a way for me to change the date on the bird's eye? Like not in the summer or something. I don't know. Maybe you can hide in the backyard with that. I don't see them having the whole backyard filled in with that kind of. The chemist already moved out, but he was in the process of moving it. Did he afterwards? Thank you, Superior. Appreciate that. I sent you pics of backyard Instagram. Thank you. Appreciate that. So this is, oh wow, here's the inside. 329,000, 4 beds, 3.5 baths, 2,900 square feet. Here's the link to this. Thank you, Kelly. Appreciate that. Let's take a look around inside. Thank you, Kelly. Appreciate that. Let me see here. Steve W., ticket number 81. Thank you. Yeah, we've looked at that case too, Moonlight. Not on a live, but I've. That was right when that happened. Somebody had sent me some information because they were by there, reached out to me and sent me some info. I'm sure we will get to that one here in the near future as well. All right, so let me see. Let me go to. I got so many tabs up. Hold on, let me close out some of this shit. Okay, close out of that. Close out of that. All right, close out of that. All right. Is there like a full screen or what? No? Is there not a full screen for the photos or what? Well, here, let me, how can I zoom this up even more for you guys? This sucks. Yeah, it's not anything that I do. That's the best as it can be, I suppose. Yeah, it ain't getting any bigger than that. Yeah, that's how big it's going to be. So hold on, let me look at the outside again. So that's the front door. So the front door is actually the room off. Okay, so the front door is the smaller section that sticks out. So it's a double front door. That's crazy. It's got some nice tile in the entrance there. I like that tile. Man, those are huge pieces too. Gosh, I can't imagine trying to... Can you imagine if you were like cutting one of them and then a little piece chipped off and that was a huge section like that? That's why they build them in sizes like that. It looks nice. That carpet looks horrible. This is a picture to sell? Look at that carpet. That's weird. That carpet. And the stairs, too. Look at how... I don't know. That's kind of cool. Kind of curves out like that. What is that back there? That's the garage then. So here's the living room. And what I'll do for tonight is I'll save these all. And then when we go through them later, they're going to be the full screen. To try and save 55 of them and then do it. We'll have it for tonight. That's an interesting layout. That's an interesting layout. Oh, that beanbag looks amazing. So this is... Does it say what? No, it don't. Maybe this is the back door. Because there's a wall that separates it, so maybe that's the back door going out the back. I can't tell. Yeah, because I see a fence. I see a fence through the window. That old cheap-ass paneling on the walls that's painted white. Hold on a minute. I don't know if that's tile. Are you serious? This isn't tile, you guys. This is fucking squares of carpet. How fucking cheap is that, yo? Those are squares of carpet. That is so damn cheap. When I owned a home and I had a 24 by 15 foot game room in the basement that I built, I didn't want to pay to fucking carpet the whole floor because I just paid fucking 5 other rooms to carpet, right? So I asked the people at the carpet place, I was like, hey, do you guys ever sell like chunks that you toss or whatever? Because I was going to do it myself for my game room. I was like, do you guys got any chunks that you give away or, just whatever? I'll go ahead and, I'm going to do it myself in the basement, whatever. And they were like, well, actually, we have like these samples that we usually have with us. And then, another something will come out and, we just toss them in the, we just toss them over here and they just kind of get stacked up. So I made a deal with this guy and I was able to, and I had plenty. I had enough to do the 24 by 15 foot game room. And then I built an exercise room that I was able to carpet as well with it. It was all in squares. It was like, I don't know, squares like that big or something. Because it was a lot cheaper. Man, here I'm thinking it was tiles and shit. No, it's carpet squares. And you were asking 300, 400,000 for this fucking house? Look at the woodwork, though. Look at the... Man, and the little signature design. It does look nice. That does. Now it makes you wonder, how cheap is that fucking wood floor, you know? Is that just vinyl? Is it just made to look that way, right? Those are just some nice cupboards. Those were some nice cupboards. Yeah, that sticker tile on the wall there. Sticker tile. Yeah, the floors are the same too. I'm sorry, if you're gonna have floors like that, then you're not gonna have stairs like when you come in, because those looked horrible. That's a cool little. Oh wow, look at that. I bet that was nice to have lunch in, or breakfast. That'd be beautiful. Can you imagine? So there's the backyard. Like I said, I'll be saving. There's 55 of them. I'll be saving them, and we'll show them full screen tonight. I never understood those sinks. Do you know how hard it is to like do shit? Trying to shave with one of them things. Trying to shave with that kind of sink drives you nuts, man. I don't know, it's weird. Door open, door closed. Door open, door closed. Laundry room. More of that square carpet. Yo, that carpet, that's like the stairs carpet. It's shit that don't look like it's been replaced in 20 years, you know? That's probably why it was like this, because some of the padding underneath that carpet is so worn out that it just fall apart. Look at that carpet. What is it with those fucking sinks? What is it? I don't understand. Damn, look at that shower. You trying to get in the shower. What the hell? You trying to get in the shower and you gotta like, what if somebody's on the shitter? Give me a few minutes, babe. Otherwise, look at that shit, man. The shitter is halfway into the entrance of the shower. What kind of design was that? What the hell? See, if that was me, see all them shit ass carpet patterns going all over the place. Shit, if that was me, it'd have a pattern going through the whole fucking floor and it would match. Make that shit pop. That's horrible. They didn't even vacuum a spot next to the door. It's pretty obvious. Huh. Pretty decent sized bedrooms from what it looks like. That one's got a double door. Is there an adjoining? That's the same bedroom. Wow, they have adjoining doors. Look, like a hotel with joint rooms. You can fucking open them. That's weird. Man, that would be sweet if I could have my monitor on the wall. That's an idea. What the hell? So this is the basement. See what I'm saying? That's why I think all that other shit is a cheap fix. Because look, yo, it's going to cost you 30, 50 bucks to paint the fucking floor, which would then, I'm sure, raise the property value just by looking at it because you're not seeing a bunch of scrapey shit all over. And it looks, what the hell's in that window? Yeah, we're going to go through these. Oh my gosh. Yo. See what I'm saying? He was just trying to fix shit on the cheap and not have to pay. So here's another picture of the backyard. So that's pretty wide open, except for the bushes along the fence. And it's pretty flat. In my mind, I'm thinking, oh, maybe it drops down. There's a lot of brush in the back. I don't see how you would not notice. Look at that. It's pretty flat and all the brush is towards the back. Yeah. It's flat and wide open, except for the bush in the back. Look at that. Yeah, it's flat. And the little part that sticks out, right, that's where the table and the chairs were with all the windows around it. So behind that tree, that's that little part that sticks out, that's the room. That's a perfect view right there. Built in 1976. Nice. Bird's eye. Awesome, Kelly. Thank you so much. Look at that. Bird's eye view without the fucking trees. Yeah. It looks like I got 55 photos to save. We're going to be going through them. Thank you, Nevada Ticket 48. So I'm going to go ahead and, like I was saying, I wasn't finding too much on the other. We might discuss it a little bit in the intro. Maybe do something tomorrow morning with it if I can find more information. Do me a favor though. And there's other stuff that I still have to get into with this. Do me a favor. Send any of the information to Discord, Twitter, Instagram, or Gmail. We'll go through it tonight. I'm going to set a notification for tonight for Night in True Crime. And I think I'm going to have it as like a combo where we discuss both cases because there's some things I want to go through about Idaho for tonight as well. And some other things I wanted to go over the last couple days. So I might do the combo thing. I know it's been a while, but we might do the combo thing. I definitely want to go into these pictures. I definitely want to check this out, give you guys the full screen, give the community the full screen, and then look more into this one too. It's definitely odd. So yeah, send anything that you have to those locations. I'm going to hop off here, get something to eat, try and do some research here, and go through all my notes from the last week on some of these different cases too, so we can We'll talk about them again. We'll be doing another daytime true crime tomorrow. So, but I'm not going to have that notification out for tonight until, I don't know, maybe a half hour or so. You'll see something. It's just going to be a general one, but I'm pretty sure we're going to do a combo with it. So thank you all for hanging out. Appreciate you so much. Please hit the like if you haven't yet. It's the free way to help. If you're not sub, please hit the sub. You'll see it glow at the bottom underneath this screen. We'll see you tonight. Thank you all. Appreciate you. And I missed you guys in the morning hours. And it's kind of crazy. They never showed up today, too. So I guess I had a good decision on going live today. Appreciate you. See you tonight.